Recording in progress.
Okay, we're going to get started in 2 minutes. So if you guys can start finding your seat, appreciate it. Thank you.
Tell me number of delegates. I'll read off the. Was that? So you're going to.
It's testing. We're testing.
Green is hot. Thank.
What's that? Yeah.
He's in the back right, Bill.
You guys set? It's like herding cats. Just when I thought we were going to start, some of the board steps out. But if you guys can find your seats, we'll get started as soon as those guys come running back in here. We had some technical difficulties, so I apologize. Oh, that's ugly. Okay, is the secretary ready? Yes. Okay, we will call the meeting to order. And haven't got to use that. I figured I better, because I just carry it around and don't use it. So we're going to start off with a Pledge of Allegiance, led by Vice President Mr. Avila. Please stand.
Please stand and remove your hats and participate if you choose to do so. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We're going to start off with our introductions and welcome. And first, I'm going to turn it over to Captain Dave Brown from Encinitas to welcome us from the host agency.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for making it to this spring Cslsa Board of Directors meeting. Thank you for being here. Hopefully it wasn't too difficult finding parking with the construction going on and everything, but we're all here and hope you guys enjoy your time. I'm the new captain here. Captain Giles retired this past summer after 30 years of service, and he had a great career and a great retirement. The city of Encinitas, we cover about 3.5 miles of coastline here. We go from South Pono down to Swamis, and we're bordered by state parks on both sides. We have about 3 million or so visitors every year, 6 permanent lifeguards, and about 65 seasonal staff in the summer. We have a junior lifeguard program that we run, and we had about 1,400 participants this past summer. So yeah, things are looking good in our department, and we're just continuing to build. And again, welcome. I hope you enjoy your time. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. It's a great venue, and congratulations on the promotion. Okay, so we'll go through and do introductions pretty briefly, and we'll start off with our executive board, and then if everybody can just state their name and their agency and anything they want to say real quickly about themselves. So I'm Bill Humphreys from San Clemente, president.
Mike Berline, past president advisor, Huntington Beach.
Jim Hughes, Secretary, LA County Lakes, retired.
Joel, City of Santa Barbara, Treasurer.
Sean Carey, City of Coronado, 4th Executive Delegate.
Gus Avila, Cal State, retired.
Jay Butke, first delegate, LA County.
Skip Rosser, 3rd Delegate, City of Long Beach.
Sorry, Samantha Dieterman, Huntington Beach.
Jekin Hamboard, Huntington Beach.
Sterling Foxcroft, Huntington Beach.
Gordon Gray, LA County Lake Lifeguard, retired. Taylor Ragsdale, LA County Lakes, retired.
Robert Varia, City of Encinitas, welcome.
Trevor Spence, City of Imperial Beach.
Adam Ray, IB as well.
Vince Lombardi, Marine Corps Base, Camp Pendleton. I'm also your certification champion.
Grant Fletcher, Long Beach. Ian Burton, San Clemente.
Sean Stoudenbauer, San Clemente.
Brandon Hodden, Newport, stoked to be here.
Andrew Bonsiama, Newport.
Devin Beebe, Long Beach. Natalie May, Newport.
Avery Whitcomb, Lake Mission Viejo.
Jim Turner, Lake Mission Viejo.
Tracy Hill, LA County Lakes, retired.
Gary Hild, LA County Lakes, retired.
Steve Himes, LA County Lakes.
Lois Wake, Oceanside Lifeguard.
Steve Fick, Oceanside Lifeguard.
Mark Rossin, Del Mar Lifeguards.
Evan Mason, Swan Beach Lifeguard.
Rick Schwerin, Del Mar Lake Head.
Sabrina Zavala, City of Long Beach. Abby Vince, City of Long Beach.
Ryan Gates, Cal State.
Carl Kemp, LA County. Kelsey Cummings, LA County.
Colin Herrick, Santa Cruz City.
Brendan Daly, Santa Cruz City.
Henry Tobias, Central Flyers, Santa Cruz County. Good morning, Pete Gurney, Central Flyers, Santa Cruz County.
Nikki Bryant, City of Capitola.
Mike Silvestri, Cal State, retired.
Scott Hubble, beachsport.org, LA County Lifeguard.
Chris Egan, Cal State, Northwest District. Justin McHenry, Cal State.
Drew Francis, City of Carlsbad, formerly of Oceanside, and we're attempting and planning on creating our own chapter here in the near future.
Ryan Collins, Santa Barbara County, Tempest Point.
John Obrock, City of Del Mar.
Jason Johnson, City of Fort Wayne.
Anybody else in the back? Thanks.
Dana, Team SOS-CCOM.
Oh, awesome. Welcome. Thanks for your help.
Holy box over here. If you've been in this organization 55 years or more, they put you in here because you're a pain in their whatever.
That's me over here.
LA County retired.
Bill Richardson, Huntington Beach City, retired.
And I'm Brandon Caskey with the State Parks K-12 Ports team.
Great. Well, thank you very much. Nice, diverse crowd here. Looks like agencies and chapters from up and down the coast are represented, so that's awesome. Is somebody here from Encinitas that wants to give some housekeeping? Brian Ketterer, is he around? Just let people know what to expect for lunch, dinner, restrooms, et cetera. Thanks.
Sorry about this morning. We're a little rushed. We are going to keep everything here. We were thinking we were going to go up to a park for lunch. So everything will be here and next door in the Poinsettia room. If you need restrooms, it's out this door and to your left are both the restrooms. This city prides itself on reduce, reuse, recycle. So I'm hoping that everybody brought a reusable container for water. We do have a fountain that fills those or refills those. If you need a cup, we're getting more water. Please use the bottled water sparingly. And then you can always use the coffee cups. We have plenty of those if you didn't bring a container. For lunch today, Gary Sinise Foundation is launching a new program for injured and lifeguards injured or killed on the line of duty. And they are coming to represent us, and they are providing lunch. Again, it will be in the Point City room. And tonight's dinner is at Pina. It's directly down the hill from us by Lucadia Pizza, right on the corner of 101 and Encinitas Boulevard. And that starts at 5:30 and goes until they close. And they're welcome to have us. If you need to buy extra shirts, they're in the back for $20. Thank you very much for Original Waterman for providing the shirts for us today. If you need extra dinner tickets, we wanted to sell those at the door so you can see Sydney or myself, and we'll take your money for those extra guests that you have. And I really want to thank Team SOS for sponsoring the dinner tonight for those of you that paid your registration dues. Anything else that you think I missed? All right. Thank you very much. Oh, one more thing. We will, on the breaks, we'll be doing videos highlighting some of the cooperative things that we've done with different lifeguard agencies and highlighting some of the great things that our lifeguards are doing. A lot of our lifeguards go from whatever they came from to be lifeguards. We have stories of that, and then whatever brought them to lifeguarding, and now they're launching into something nonprofit and helping other people in other ways. So please watch the videos on your breaks. Thank you. Air to be turned down.
Yes. Cooler. Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, next up is our roll call of delegates. I'm going to turn that over to the secretary, Mr. Hughes.
Good morning. First of all, I want to say that portions of this meeting will be recorded. I have this nifty new LifeScribe pen here. So I will be recording portions of it. If you absolutely don't want to be recorded, let me know before you talk. Like I said, it's only in a few little areas I'll be recording this as best I can. So with that, we're going to get on with the delegate count. And it's going to be a team effort between Mike and I, because this is a learning experience. And so we're going to get through this as best we can. So.
Okay, so when we call the name of the chapter, if the representative could say how many delegates are present, or if you have any proxies. So we'll start with California State. Currently with 250 members, you have 7 delegates possible.
That's easy.
Capitola has 1 dues-paying member, and unfortunately, I don't think there's a vote associated with 1. Who's here from Capitola? We got Nikki. Hi, Nikki. Glad to have you here. It's a long way to come for a meeting. We appreciate it. Carpinteria, also with 1. Anybody here from Carpinteria? Okay. Moving on to Coronado, we have 12 possible, or actually 12 dues-paying members. So that is 2 delegates possible.
Got it.
1 present, 1 proxy.
Also, with the proxies, they must be recorded in writing on the form to the secretary. So if you don't have that form, see him at the break and make sure you get it to him ASAP. Definitely before lunch. Del Mar, we have a total of 11 members, so that's 2 delegates possible. Anybody from Del Mar? 2, okay, so 3 here, but 2 delegates, both present. City of Encinitas, we have 9 dues-paying members, that's 2 delegates possible. 2 delegates present. City of Huntington Beach has 175 dues-paying members. That is 6 possible delegates.
5 present, 1 proxy.
Okay.
You have 3 proxies here as well, so a total of 5.
5. Well, I think I see 5 people from Huntington, and then there's 1 proxy, so that's a total of 6. So 5 present, 1 proxy.
Got it.
Okay. City of Imperial Beach has 3 dues-paying members. That qualifies for 2 delegates to this meeting. 2 present. City of Laguna Beach has 121 dues-paying members. That qualifies for 5 possible delegates. Anybody from Laguna? Okay, Lake Mission Viejo has 2 dues-paying members. That qualifies for 2 delegates.
Yeah, 2.
2 present? Thank you. Los Angeles City has 12 dues-paying members, so that is possible 2 delegates. Anybody from LA City? Los Angeles County Beaches, 149 dues-paying members. That qualifies for 5 delegates. 5 present. LA County Lakes, 26 dues-paying members, qualifies for 3 possible delegates.
3 present.
Thank you. City of Long Beach, 100 dues-paying members. That qualifies for 4 delegates. Anybody from Long Beach?
4 delegates.
4 delegates present. Thank you. City of Newport Beach has 25 dues-paying members. That qualifies for 3 delegates.
3 present.
Thank you. Orange County Lifeguards has 17 dues-paying members, 3 delegates possible. Anybody from Orange County Lifeguards? Oceanside has 12 possible, or actually 12 dues-paying members, so that's 2 delegates possible.
2 present.
Thank you. Bill, I'm going to need you to scroll the screen for me so I can see down here. Thank you. I'm using the president's laptop. Okay, Pendleton Coast, 2 dues-paying members, 2 delegates possible.
1 present, 1 proxy.
Thank you. Pismo Beach, 24 dues-paying members, 3 delegates possible. Anybody from Pismo? Hearing none. Port Hueneme, 9 dues-paying members, 2 delegates possible.
1 present, 1 proxy.
Okay, make sure you get the proxy in. Thank you. City of San Clemente, 39 dues-paying members, that's 3 delegates possible.
3 present.
City of San Diego, 136 dues-paying members, 5 delegates possible. San Luis Obispo County, 24 dues-paying members, so 3 delegates possible. Santa Barbara City, 13 dues-paying members, 2 delegates possible.
1 present, 1 proxy.
Thank you. Santa Barbara County Campus Point, 2 dues-paying members, 2 delegates possible.
1 present, 1 proxy.
Thank you. City of Santa Cruz, 34 dues-paying members, which is 3 delegates possible.
2 present, 1 proxy.
Santa Monica Harbor Patrol, 8 dues-paying members, 2 delegates possible.
1 present.
City of Seal Beach, 38 dues-paying members, 3 delegates possible. City of Solana Beach has 2 delegates paying, so that's 2 delegates possible. Anybody from Solano?
Here's 1.
2 present? Okay. Tucson, Arizona. Yes, they are in our region, and they have 1 dues-paying member, so unfortunately, he does not have a vote. Ventura County has 2 dues-paying members. That qualifies for 2 possible votes. None present. The last 2, we have Ventura County Harbor Patrol, 2 possible delegates. Actually, 2 dues-paying members, so 2 possible delegates. Hearing none, we also have a total of 4 independent, unaffiliated members. They do not qualify for as a chapter, so they do not have any delegates possible. But we hope they're here. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you very much, and we'll do a quick tally to make sure that we have a quorum. If you need a proxy, they're right here. Who needs one? Anybody? Oh, okay. Can you hand them out, please? Thank you. Okay, please turn in your proxy to Mr. Hughes, our secretary. It's real important that we have that documented. And we do have a quorum, so the meeting is official. So, thank you very much. Next order of business is the approval of the minutes from Castaic Lake, October 7th and 8th, 2021. We have a motion from Mr. Moore to approve the minutes. A second, and your name?
Mr. Matsuyama.
Matsuyama. Okay, good luck. I'll turn that over to the secretary. Okay. Is there any discussion on the minutes, not on the spelling of the name? No discussion? Hearing none. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you very much. We are going to get right into our officers' report, and which will start off with mine, so I happen to be here. So I'll give mine from here. I'll ask everybody for the officers and the committees to come on up to this podium, except for the executive board. You all can just hit your green button and speak into your microphone from there. That way everybody will be able to hear. And if you don't mind, I'll just stay back there and call people instead of coming up here every time. We'll just speed things up that way. And also, if you follow the agenda, if you see that you're next to give a report, start heading on up this way. The only reason I'm kind of pushing things, we started a little bit late, and I apologize, but also we have a lot of special awards to give today, and we don't want to rush that. We really want to have time. That's the highlight of this for for me at least. It's really an honor, so we want to get right to it. So I will get to my report. And first off, welcome once again to everybody. Thank you all for making the drive to come here, and thank you very much, Encinitas, for hosting us. Thanks to all the guests, the honorees, I don't know if they're here yet, and also the sponsors that are in the back. Please make sure you visit the sponsors and take something back to your agency. That's what they're here for, and share it with your purchasing person, your chief, your captain. Let them know what's going on out there, because they may not be here, and we want to really honor the sponsors. So, a general update. This is our first meeting of the new term with our executive board in place. We'd like to welcome Sean Carey and Skip Prosser to the board. Officially, we've had a few people change positions on the board, but basically everybody else is the same. And we have a few new committee chairs, and there's going to be some more changes. So I wrote my report a little bit early, but I'm still going to recognize the committee chairs that have been working for the last 6 months. Brandon Daly with training, and Sean Carey with professional standards. So thank you very much. And regarding that and some changes, we are going to have a person step down from public education, but he's going to move to something else. And I'll explain that in just a minute. But in the meantime, if Mike Silvestri, our public ed chair, as of right now, could come forward, and maybe Mr. Avila could come forward. And Gus Avila is the previous president of the United States Lifesaving Association, so he is now the past president advisor for USLA. So on behalf of USLA, Mr. Avila is going to present Mr. Silvestri with an award.
My ex-roommate. Yeah.
Spooner.
All right. Well, it's my honor to have been the president of the United States Lifesaving Association when life membership was awarded to Mike Silvestri. And Mike's done a lot. Known him for a number of years through state parks, and he didn't know, but he was kind of my mentor as I went along and decided to be part of the Cslsa and the USLA, and I got to travel with him all over the place. And yes, we were roommates very, very often. I was my honor to become elected president at the time that he was nominated for the Life membership. And those that don't know, you have to have someone from your association nominate you. Got to be voted in by this body and then taken up to a national meeting. So I'll just read this to you now. The Board of Directors of the United States Life-Saving Association, a national organization of lifesavers dedicated to the humanitarian cause of saving lives in the aquatic environment, do hereby bestow the honor of life membership upon Michael Silvestri, whose service and dedication has greatly contributed to advancement of water safety and modern life saving within the United States. And it was awarded, signed originally on December 7th, 2019. So you know how long it's been since we got to meet together. So Mike, congratulations.
Thanks, guys.
Oh, we've got a picture. We've got the camera. I don't know if we have it. Grace is right there.
2019, huh? I want to thank Bill Richardson because he's been nagging on me to get this taken care of. But yeah, it was a great honor. It was kind of interesting because I kind of stepped aside from USLA and committee commitments just to some differences on how it was being run, and then Gus got elected. So it kind of took a weird turn, but it's been a great honor representing all of you at the USLA meetings, and I'm still active with that, and will continue to be in the same thing for this organization. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mike. And in addition, I would like to thank you for all your years serving as the public education chairperson. That is a committee that I think is so important. I personally have always thought it was one of the most important committees that we have, and I did it for a number of years, and then Mike took over and just, you know, blew it away, just did incredible things. So with that in mind, there's a request for interest, and I'd like for anybody that's interested in chairing the Public Education Committee or vice chairing or co-chairing, any way you can stepping up to come and talk to me, because we'd really like to get somebody that's excited about this and motivated into this position. It's a very rewarding position. For one, you're helping out all of the public in California, and actually the rest of the United States ends up using a lot of our materials. So you can have an impact nationwide, worldwide, with the right materials. And it's great for your professional development. It's great for your resume, and it's a committee that you just feel good about. You know, so there's a lot of personal benefits. There's another committee that I would like to form, and they call them special committees when you just form them on the spot, and that's a fundraising and sponsorship oversight. I'm just borrowing the United States Life-Saving Association has a committee with that title, so I thought we'll kind of keep the same title. Mr. Berline always helps out with our sponsorship already, so he'll assist, but somebody that's interested in fundraising for this organization, it's an area that we have not done as much as we can, and the USLA is a great model, and I have all kinds of documents from USLA on, you know, their purpose statement, et cetera, for that committee. So it's, you know, it's kind of almost just a template that you'd have to follow. And speaking of sponsorship, I don't know if he's an official sponsor, so I'm just going to recognize Mr. Scott Hubble from Beach Sport that's here today. Mr. Berline's going to go into more detail about the sponsorship, but I'd like to thank him very much for his continued support of this organization over the years. So, thank you. So, some of the goals I mentioned back in October, and I was just going to kind of remind everybody what I saw for this next couple of years for CSLSA. We want to work on improving our relationship with chapters and agencies, have a little bit more direct two-way communication, and we've already made some great progress on that, and you'll hear about that in the reports, so I'm not going to step on anybody's toes. We want to continue assisting new and existing chair people for our committees so that they can continue to do good work. And then we're going to look for ways to enhance our funding opportunities for the organization and so that we can better serve the public. To meet those goals, I have some plans, continue to build our liaison, and I'm just going to touch on it. If you ever want to look, you can read my report, but refine and finalize our committee guidance document, maybe even add a little training on how do you run a committee, because a lot of people take over a committee and they haven't even had experience, and you can kind of learn as you go, but it also helps if you're, given a little bit of advice. And then we want to start some fundraising campaigns. So they can be short-term, they can be long-term. We could start one at this meeting. Whoever is interested in running that committee, if you have some ideas, come and talk to me, and we'll have a committee meeting this afternoon and, present your idea for something to do some fundraising. And so that's pretty much the goals and some ways to reach them that I see. But I'm open to anything that you all have, so please share with me at any point. And once again, I'd like to thank everybody for taking the time to come here. Better yourself and better, this noble profession of life-saving. As we meet today and tomorrow, our mission is to promote beach safety awareness and professional lifeguard standards. I know it sounds redundant, but I always like to say that at the beginning of the meeting, and I like to ask everybody to kind of keep that as your focus, because we can get sidetracked, but we can get right back to it. So whatever we're doing to promote beach safety awareness and promote professional and improve professional life-saving standards, that's our goal for this meeting, at whatever committee you're in. And our ultimate goal is to prevent and reduce aquatic injuries, accidents, and death at open water beaches. So that's why we're here. Let's focus on those missions as we go forward. And that concludes my report. Thank you. And next up is our Vice President, Mr. Avila.
Good morning. Want to repeat some of Bill's statements again. Primarily giving thanks to all the sponsors that are here. Having been part of a lot of meetings, I know that in order to keep the cost down, we need to bring sponsors in, and we appreciate their help, especially when they're local, and with so many people from Southern California here that these sponsors came out of their time. They paying for dinner, nothing like a free dinner. But thanks for everyone for supporting the CSLSA and California Life Saving. Thank you all for taking the time to be here. Many of you aren't getting paid while you're here, and I know that, and appreciate the fact that you take the time to come and join us. And then the penalty box people and everyone else who's retired and still has a hand in it. We can't do this job, we can't run this organization without volunteers, whether it's at the meetings, at regional and national competitions, outreach, things like that. So again, thank you all for being a part of the CSLSA and for being here today. Since our last meeting in Lake Castaic, I've done the following. Ran for re-election of USLA and did not get re-elected. So I finished out my term on January 14th. And during the time from our last meeting to then, until now, because I'm still part of the board as the past president advisor, I either participated in the creation or reviewing of USLA contracts with DeFin, Jersey Mike's agreement for national sponsorship and providing food for the competitors at national championships, the agreement for with Watchtower for statistics, and also all those agreements were approved by the USLA prior to the end of my term. I had some quite a number of phone conferences with someone's name who's been bantered about already a number of times, but Scott Hubble, a longtime supporter of this organization and the life-saving. And thanks, Scott, for your participation. But Scott brought in some positive support And again, Mike Berline will talk about it because I just brought them together and then they beat each other out until they reached an agreement, and I appreciate that from both of them. Also, at the USLA level, renew the Hobie agreement, which is also iKing is their corporate name. And those of you that go to the USLA meeting, you get a pair of Hobies, usually once out of 2 meetings per year. But since we didn't have any meetings in the last 2 years in public, they got off a little easy on that one. They also support the national teams, and then they provide either a 25% or a 50% discount if you're a member of the USLA quarterly. There's some kind of discount that they advertise that you can take advantage of. So that was it from the USLA level. Let's see. Other than review the committee chairs and project groups for the USLA for the new tenure for the next 2 years, and but that was an interesting process because probably about 80% of the committee chairs wanted to come back, and so we'll see. The last thing on the USLA is that even though we were unable to meet personally, we actually did have at the last 2 meetings last year the highest participation of USLA members at our meetings. They all looked about this big on my screen, but it was good to see that we were able to do that because the first meeting was really difficult to get a lot of work done because there were so few members that participated. And after the meeting at Castaic, I was honored and able to participate and attend the retirement meeting, or the retirement party of the Hills, and there'll be more about that earlier, but those of you that were there know that it was a good time. Their family and their children helped put it all together, and it was a great turnout. I don't know, I would say it's got to be like 150 people there, and no one would go home. But other than that, I continue to do whatever I can, answer a lot of emails for CSLSA and for USLA, and a lot of third-party organizations that are seeking to find somewhere to either volunteer time, donate money, ask how they can be part of this or how we can be a part of them and help them get their messages out sometimes. I think we had the California Water Summit or Safety Summit. Many of you were there 2 weeks ago, and that was very interesting 2 days with people that are non-traditional to us as ocean and lake lifeguards. A lot of stuff about pools and safety and outreach, things like that, things that we'd like to do and we have done in the past. But there are a lot of professionals there that's what they do. They reach out and get their messages out on a constant basis. They don't have to go sit towers or patrol or go to training, things like that. So thank you all for being here today and tomorrow, and let's have a good meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Avila. Are there any questions? Okay, Secretary, Mr. Hughes.
Gosh, I made printouts, but anyhow. Good morning. My name's Jim Hughes, and I don't have my mic on. Testing. All right, the Secretary's report. I am very happy to be here today in Encinitas as your new Secretary. I was fortunate enough to receive a flash drive from Leslie Sween in January. It's obviously she had put a lot of work into streamlining our meeting documents and made my transition very smooth. So thank you, Leslie. Are you here? Okay. All right. Along with other miscellaneous duties as Secretary, I've compiled the annual schedule of Executive Board meeting and events, created the agenda for our last 3 Executive Board meetings. I've compiled the minutes of our last 3 Executive Board meetings, received an electronic version of our CSLA social media policy, sent the beachsport.org agreement via priority mail to Scott Hubble on January 11th, ensured that all email correspondence regarding the HSBJLA host agreement went to and from the Secretary. Worked with Bill Humphreys and Mike Berline in creating the agenda for today's meeting and preparing the draft minutes of our last Board of Directors meeting. On a national level, I'm honored to attend as a member of the original Founders Committee. I have cataloged roughly 24 video interviews of USLA founding members and intend to present the idea of putting these video interviews on the history pages of the USLA website. I'll also be attending other committee meetings in Chicago as needed. And I also put my newsletter report, which I will get to in the newsletter portion of the meeting. But that's all I have for now. Thank you. Any questions?
Is there anybody who would like a copy of the meeting agenda that doesn't have one?
I spent all afternoon printing them yesterday. Please take one. That's why I was late. I didn't get down here till 8 o'clock.
Okay,
so much for
thank you very much. Okay, next we'll hear from our treasurer, Mr. Scholl.
Okay, thank you again for being here. Especially with Cslsa yesterday, it makes me rethink swimming up in Santa Barbara. It's a lot of sharks up there. So since the last meeting in October at Castaic Lake, I've assumed the role of treasurer. Part of that is I met with the past treasurer to just figure out everything I need to start paying everybody. With that, I went and started paying everybody. I paid a variety of insurance and taxes and membership kit payments and other fun stuff like that. Confirmed with the USLA treasurer that San Diego City has paid their back dues and they're back to a member in good standing, so they are. So congratulations to our PO box just for continuity when we change hands. Attended the USLA Fall Board of Directors meeting online, which was really nice to do, and attended the 2 California Water Safety Coalition conferences in the fall and last month. And if you want to talk at the Ways and Means Committee, if we have one, come and talk and we'll go over the budget. That is my report.
We will
Okay.
definitely have.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
Tomorrow morning.
So there will be a Ways and Means probably tomorrow morning, right prior to the regular meeting. So Mr. Scholl will announce the time later, but probably plan on 8:30. So if you're a committee chair and you have some funding requests, that's a good one to attend. And I'd like to thank Mr. Scholl and Mr. Hughes, the secretary and the treasurer, end up doing an incredible amount of work for this organization. So, you know, got to have good minutes and you have to have good accounting. Otherwise, we lose our nonprofit status, and that's probably not the worst that could happen. So thank you very much. Next up is our past president advisor, Mr. Berline.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to Captain Dave Brown and Brian Ketterer and the Encinitas crew for hosting this meeting. I must say that I missed my morning workout swimming this morning to be with y'all, and somebody said to me, well, you know, Mike, the biggest pool in the world is right outside your door. You could swim some laps at lunch if you really miss it that much. And I said, well, to stand corrected, I was absent for my morning workout this morning, and I really don't miss it that much. I'd much rather be here with you. So, yeah, the CSLSA sponsorship agreement was mentioned, and in my role as liaison to Scott Hubble, I'm happy to report that our new sponsorship agreement is the best contract that CSLSA has ever had. It includes $10,000 cash per year for 3 years, as well as T-shirts for all CSLSA members, that's right, everybody here, and junior lifeguard competitors and regional officials in 2022. So I'm going to embarrass Scott. I'm going to ask him to stand up. I would like him to be recognized. Scott is a CSLSA honor roll member. He was elected, the first one, I believe, that we ever had, and he has been supporting CSLSA for not years, but decades. So thank you very much, Scott.
Joel and Mike, I don't know, Bucky and Gus, I forgot your name, but I know you a little bit. I don't know the rest of you. It'd be nice to meet you and talk. The chief there, have talked there. So thank you for letting me come to your meeting, and let's see if we can make some good things happen.
Scott's looking in pretty good shape. You know, I called him last week, and I said, man, it sounds noisy wherever you are, Scott. He said, oh, I'm working at Tower at Zuma today. So he's still out there doing it. Negotiations on the host agreement took a little longer than our sponsorship agreement, but I am happy to report that the contract is signed by the host, Huntington State Beach Junior Lifeguard Association, and the end result is that regionals will be at Huntington State Beach, and the improved contract is fair to both parties and should be a framework for future host agreements. And with that, I want you all to actually witness that we have the contract here. It is signed by the host, and now we are going to make it official, and the president is going to put his signature on this contract. The press was supposed to be here. I don't know where they are. Okay, so it is official. I will turn it over to the president. Actually, he'll give it to the secretary probably, but there we go. I'm sure copies will be made and distributed to the entire executive board. As was mentioned, you know, one of the great things about coming to these meetings, as long as some of us have, I can't match Mr. Moore with his 55 years or Mr. Richardson in the penalty box there, but someday I'll probably be over there. But I would like to say that, you know, change is good, and it's great to see new blood and new faces. It's always great to see the familiar faces. I'm not going to call them old, but you know, even for myself, being retired now from Huntington Beach, it's been 6 years, it's hard to believe, but I look in the front row and I see 3 of my fellow coworkers up here who have all been promoted to new positions, and that's exciting for me to see that. So within our organization here at CSLSA, we do have new executive board members, as the president mentioned. We also have board members who have moved into new positions. And one of the things that I've tried to do is help them with their transitions into their new CSLSA roles. Particularly, I'd like to send kudos to Jim Hughes for stepping up not only to the secretary position, but he is continuing his role, very excitedly continuing his role as the California Surf News editor. That's our newsletter. And I want to say that I hope you take the time to read this edition, because it just seems like each one keeps getting better and better. So, thank you, Jim. Also, I want to recognize Skip Prosser for his outstanding efforts to organize the CSLSA website. It's looking better than ever, so thank you. Mr. Humphreys mentioned that we do have a vacancy in the Public Education Committee. That, actually, he and I both initially got into official roles with CSLSA at that position. I started in 1992. Bill here started in 1998. And Mike Silvestri, if you know how long Mike Silvestri's been doing it, we were doing it before him. He was doing other things, of course, but it has had a lot of continuity, but it's time for a new face. It's also considered to be probably the most important committee of this entire association. So if you or someone you know is interested in stepping into that role, it's a great opportunity. Please let the president or myself know. The John Wayne Cancer Foundation, we will hear from later in this meeting, but I just want to thank them for their continued participation and financial support of CSLSA's missions and its goal. Actually, its mission and its goals. I spoke yesterday to the chief of the Long Beach Lifeguards, Gonzalo Medina, and I've been assisting the city of Long Beach with maintaining their USLA Advanced certification. That is an ongoing project. You'll hear more about that from the certification chair. We do have members here today from the city of Santa Cruz, from the Central Fire District, as well as the city of Capitola. I have at each meeting been providing an update on that situation because it's one that has been in transition for years now, and for a while was not in compliance with the USLA standards, but is now. So I want to give you a brief update on that. So for the summer of 2022, the Central Fire District is again providing all the testing and training for the Capitola Junior Lifeguard instructors. Some of that training has already occurred and more is scheduled over the next few months. This is the second year of a 2-year contract with the city of Capitola. The Santa Cruz Marine Safety Division will again be providing the testing, training, and staffing of all lifeguards that work towers on Capitola Beach. However, this year, Central Fire is actually assisting in providing oversight and supervision. They're assisting Santa Cruz Marine Safety Division with the training of the tower guards, and they're also providing oversight and supervision for a good portion of the summer to help offset the workload and impact for the Santa Cruz Marine Safety Division. Hopefully, these additional roles that Central Fire will be taking on this summer and the collaborative effort between Central Fire and Santa Cruz Marine Safety Division will provide more of a roadmap for the future. Both of the contracts that Central Fire and Santa Cruz Marine Safety Division have with the City of Capitola expire after the 2022 summer, so all parties will sit down to discuss options and start planning for the future. Today with us, we have 2 members from Central Fire who were already introduced, Henry Tobias and Peter Kearney, and also we have Brendan Daly from the City of Santa Cruz Marine Safety Division and Nikki Bryant LeBlond of the City of Capitola. Today, I will be assisting the Junior Lifeguard Committee with the discussion on the 2022 host agreement. At the President's request, I continue to review the CSLSA minutes and agendas and submit recommendations to the President and Secretary prior to the distribution of those documents to the Board of Directors and the Executive Board, and I continue to provide counsel to the President and advice whether he wants it or not. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Yes.
Was that 2023 or 2022 for Santa Cruz?
For Santa Cruz, it was, there were so many dates. Expires after the summer of 2022, so they need to negotiate for 2023. Thank you.
Are there any further questions? Okay, first delegate, Mr. Budke.
Thank you. And thanks, Encinitas, for hosting. Thank you, everyone, for making the trip down here. And Mike, clarification, that isn't the penalty box. That's the magic curtain. Those are the Wizard of Oz. The power behind the throne, the men behind the curtain. Like most of the guys on the board, since the last meeting in Castaic Lake, I've done a bunch of emails, phone calls, texting, a lot of communications behind the scenes for CSLSA and USLA. Attended the 3 days of the fall USLA Board of Directors meeting via Zoom, so it's easy to do from my car as I'm driving around between soccer games. Did a lot of posting and sharing to the CSLSA social media for the lifeguard exam swim dates and application criteria questions for the different agencies. Thankfully, with the rise of social media, the role of the first delegate in posting stuff has gotten a little bit smaller as the agencies are taking a bigger and bigger swipe. So it's awesome to see the information, our drowning prevention and lifeguarding getting out in the public and improving our profession. Was involved in a lot of the conversations regarding the various contracts that took place over the winter, and thankfully those are all signed in place and making us better for the future, upwards and onwards for the CSLSA. I went to the California Water Safety Summit 2 weeks ago, which is really a noble effort that Will Coons and Rob Williams put together in conjunction with the Ben Carlson Foundation and a number of other entities. And as Gus had said, it put together a lot of disparate entities in the drowning prevention, water safety world that we've not normally kind of connected, and it was pretty impressive. They're off to an awesome start. They're going to do a local one in the fall, and hopefully they do something like this and continue. Can someone open the door? My little final statement is for Mr. Broussard back there. The last thing that happened to me over the winter was I was featured in Chapter 8, page 173 of Neptune Wept. And I want to clarify that while it's true, I often volunteered my time, risked my life off the clock for the California State Parks, Santa Cruz City Fire, Marine Rescue, Aptos de Selva, et cetera. I wasn't always, and I quote here, swimming out and just getting annihilated in dangerous territory and being hammered and bludgeoned towards the rocks every time I hit the water. It was most of the time, but it wasn't every time. But I loved it. I want to thank Mike Broussard, Mike Silvestri, my rookie school instructors 40 years ago, because I wouldn't be here without you guys, and there are a lot of other lifeguards that have got rookie school instructors to setting the pace. The other thing that Mr. Broussard set me down on this path to my career was back in the mid-'80s when he was president of Cslsa, or Cal, I think it was, and he got me to do a little research project, and I spent hours in the coroner's department at Santa Cruz City, Monterey, San Mateo, and Sonoma, researching every drowning they had in their county stats, and then went and correlated those with the fire department or the rescue agencies to find out what happened behind the scenes. And then he was able to use that information in pounding the pavement and walking through the halls of Sacramento, and it paid off down the road in lifeguard hours in Santa Cruz and a couple other counties, and then brand new lifeguards for San Mateo and Monterey. So thanks for the initiative. Thanks for pushing me on this path, Mike. I owe you a lot. Lifeguards for life.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Okay, our second delegate, Mr. Graham, is not here today, so third delegate, Mr. Prosser.
Good morning, everybody. First, I'd like to thank Dave Brown, the City of Encinitas, lifeguards, and the Encinitas Life Saving Association for hosting this great meeting. I love the venue. I'd also like to thank President Bill Humphreys and the Executive Board for their support in confirming my appointment as the CSLSA third delegate. I do consider it an honor to be sitting with people that have not only written the book on life saving, but be among those who are writing new chapters every year. So thank you. This is my 35th summer as a lifeguard for the city of Long Beach. I'm following in the footsteps of my grandfather, who served Long Beach from 1929 to 1972. I'm thankful my two children, Ruby and Jackson, are Long Beach lifeguards, and they'll continue the life-saving legacy. I want to thank you all for attending, and I'm extremely grateful to play my part in the mission of the CSLSA. So thank you. I've been pretty busy since I've been on board. I didn't officially get a lot of passwords and everything to the website, but I spend most of my time with the website, cleaning it up and making some changes that were necessary. And I've been assisting a few of you with your request to update your tryout information, and along with Jay and a couple other people, we've been posting on the website as well. I'm pretty happy. I'm easy to send an email to and get something posted if you want to on the social media or the website if it's pertinent and relevant, and we do get it approved. But let's get the word out there about the CSLSA and your chapter. So most of my time was spent on the website. I'm also the USLA and the CSLSA scoring director. I've created a database to keep scores and create rounds and keep track of who's in the next heats and all those good things. One of the big changes coming up this year is that you will have, each one of you compete will have an individual login where you will select your events or drop your events. There will be no more check-ins at the beginning. It's you either are in or out of an event, and it's up to you to make sure you're either in or out. The cutoff date for those will be 7 a.m. on event day, so we can get the heats printed out for the course marshals. Again, we're flexible. It doesn't mean you're locked out, but we do ask that you delete events, drop events that you're not going to compete in. Gives us more accurate numbers. It's a safety issue, so if the events are at your maximum number of competitors in the event, you may not be able to participate. So when you register on the USLA website for the event and you get your email and then go in and select your events. So I encourage you to do that. Don't wait. Let's see. I'm also a USLA social media contributor for the High Performance Squad, but we've had no action in the last 6 months, so that remains dead right now. I don't have any other information. Are there any questions anybody has? Well, I'm going to be presenting more at the Life Saving Sport meeting as well, so I'll be there. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. And I'd like to thank Mr. Prosser for all of his extra work that he's put in addition to being the third delegate. He mentioned the website, but when he says he cleaned up the website, he did an incredible amount of work. So we really appreciate that. Okay, fourth delegate, Mr. Carey.
Thank you. I want to thank our hosts again for the great venue and all the hard work that went into this. I hosted in 2016. It's a ton of work. So thank you guys. Good job. Since the last meeting at Castaic Lake, I've been working on developing a spreadsheet of all San Diego County Lifeguard Association presidents, including their contact information. I have most everybody's emails now, some phone numbers, trying to facilitate better communication with Cslsa. So my goal is actually to continue that up the coast. I want the name, email of every Lifeguard Association president in the state. I want to visit every lifeguard tower in the state. If I have to walk from Tijuana to Oregon, I want to see your towers. All right, we want to have good communication. We can back each other up on duty, off duty. We can have great relationships and do a lot more by working together. Communication is where it starts. I attended a peer support training several days and joined a local peer support group in San Diego County. This is a free resource available to all lifeguards in San Diego County following a critical incident. Please consider this resource if needed, and I'll throw my phone number out there, whatever, if any of you wants it or want to come talk to me after, I'll give you my business card. Obviously, I'm not an expert, but I can access experts. I have them on speed dial. If there's a critical incident, obviously it's good to recognize your chain of command, let them know what's going on if someone else is having a hard time, but it's not always necessary, and the most important thing is that people feel safe, and so confidentiality is always maintained. That's number one. I've also been reading through the policy and procedure manual to acquaint myself with the inner workings of the CSLSA, and President Humphreys has asked me to chair the Professional Standards Committee. In reading the details of this committee online, I feel that there's a lot of work that could be done, and I'm seeking any advice and direction that the e-board or you, the members, can provide me. And also spoke with Chief Kevin Snow, who is the newly elected president of the California Marine Safety Chiefs Association, to open a dialogue regarding working with them cooperatively in this area, because they do develop professional standards, guidelines, and whatnot. So there will be a professional standards committee meeting, and I'd encourage anyone who's interested to join me in that and help get this thing off the ground. I don't have a report yet because we haven't had a meeting yet, but we will have a meeting today. And then finally, I'm a Southern California guy, obviously. Grew up down by the border. But this February, I had the opportunity to go to Monterey and visit Point Lobos State Park. It was a weekend. It was February 12th. Was up there for a wedding. It was 80 degrees. People were fighting over parking spaces at the beaches. And there was 4 lifeguards on duty for 30 miles of coast. And I'm not denigrating the state park system by any means. You guys do a great job. But obviously that support that needs to come from Sacramento isn't entirely there, in my opinion. Old friend of mine, Ryan Peterson, is in charge of that park there. He used to work in Coronado with me, and I went on a ride along with him for about 4 hours, and it was really an eye-opener. 100% reactive lifeguarding up there. Ryan's a great guy. He started the Monterey Lifeguard Association. I encouraged him strongly to attend this meeting. He couldn't make it. As you all know, Northern California, it's the Wild West, the Wild North. Just hoping in the future that we can somehow help improve the situation. We have some great people up there doing great work. Eddie V can tell you all about it. You should get one of Eddie V's books and get both of Mike's books. Read all about it. They do have some heavy-duty conditions and quite a few fatalities, unfortunately. But maybe a retirement project for me, perhaps. But hoping we can back those guys up in the north. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Okay, so we're moving on to committee reports, and Mr. Moore is ready with bylaws, policies, and procedures.
Okay, okay. The reason why Bill and I are up there is that's the only place we could get power in this room. And we're behind that working on bylaws, policies, and procedures on our laptops. So we're not trying to hide, but that's the only place we could put that. We tried to put it up there, but there was no way to keep it up. So bylaws and policies and procedures. We were given a document, social media policy handbook, and Bill Richardson and I worked on it at length to try to format it to like the policies and procedures are. And then we went through and corrected it. Now we know it came from California State, a lot of it, but we needed to make some changes. So what we did is we did some strikeouts, we put some red in, and I submitted it to Leslie Sween and also, I believe, the president to look at. And we haven't heard anything. And if we don't hear anything, it's on the agenda for approval at tomorrow's meeting. And it's, I forget what letter it is, F, I think. But the other issue that I noticed, and I tried to get a hold of Mr. Ketterer, and his voicemail is full. You can't leave a message. So I emailed him my phone number and asked him to call, and unfortunately he didn't. So I had to contact Mr. Humphreys and ask, did Encinitas get a waiver for the $50 registration fee? And the executive board said no. So that told me there was a bit of a problem. We have a policy that we're supposed to follow, that it has to be no more than $50 or you go to the executive board. Well, with inflation, and we set this limit probably 5, 6, 8 years ago, and it probably wasn't realistic. So Bill and I kicked it back and forth and said, should we leave it as it is and they still go to the executive board? Should we make it $55? Should we make it $60 or whatever? So Bill and I thought, well, maybe we should change it to $60. So I submitted it to Bill Humphreys without giving him our thoughts or recommendations to see what they came up with. And he spoke with Mr. Berline and wrote back that they thought $60 would be a good thing to change it to. So we were all in sync on that. So I asked the secretary to add the next letter on the old business, or I'm sorry, to approve changing the policies to $60 per meeting. Now, if you can keep it lower, great. But if you can't, we got to be a little more realistic and help the host chapter. So those are the two items that are going to be on the agenda tomorrow to vote on. And if there are any questions, I'll entertain them now. I don't plan on having a committee meeting unless the board has a bylaw or a policy and procedure they want us to address. Okay.
Thank you very much. And full disclosure, when I approved the $60 or recommended that, increase, I did it keeping in mind that a few years ago, San Clemente hosted, and I was in charge of hosting, and I charged $55, which exceeded the policy, and I was reprimanded for it. So anyway, full disclosure, I think 60 is perfectly fair, retroactively too. Okay, and before we go on, I saw a couple people walk in. One person is hiding in the back. One person's in the third row here off to the side, former president of Usla. Do you want to introduce yourself? Hey, welcome. And in the back? Okay. Charlotte Graham, membership chair. Did anybody else show up that I missed? Okay, great, thank you. Okay, so that's it. Certification, Mr. Lombardi.
Okay, I was able to pass out my report, but if you did not receive one, here's the verbal. So in the past 6 months, not much business has happened with all the agencies and recertifications. We actually only received one application for a lifeguard emergency vehicle operations certification, and that was for the Orange County Lifeguards. So that was approved and sent to our executive director, Kay Smiley. So that should be voted on and hopefully approved at our USLA meeting next month in Chicago. So with that, there wasn't many certifications. So I'm assuming that in the next 6 months, a lot of the departments are going to see recertifications coming up. So if you are a chief or captain, or if you work with your chiefs or captains, please let them know it's coming in the mail. And the earlier you can get on it, the better, because it's just a long process. It goes to USLA, they scrub it, then it comes to our level for certification review. So it is a long, arduous process. And a lot of times with new applications, we go on site and meet with agencies, so that can take time too. So if you see my report, we have some extensions requested and awaiting applications. So the city of Seal Beach, they were on extension, but their chief, I believe, has no interest in re-upping their certification. So I believe by the time we get to Chicago, it'll be in an expired status. This was discussed at our last meeting as well in Lake Castaic. So that's their situation. Los Angeles City, I'm not sure. I have not had much communication, but I believe at the USLA level, they are still awaiting an application. So hopefully they will get that in soon. Same with Los Angeles County Fire Lifeguard Department. They're hoping, I did talk to Kay, and she said hopefully by the Chicago meeting, they will have their application submitted. So we're keeping our fingers crossed on that one. There's been a lot of work in the past year to get them to reapply. So we're hoping that's all been rectified. City of Long Beach, they were on an extension, and as of this meeting, going into Chicago, if they do not at least ask for an extension for their application, they will be expired. Mr. Berline and I have had some communication with Long Beach and the chief. He just sent me an email about an hour ago. And essentially he said, Long Beach Fire Marine Safety Division will have the following certifications by the middle of June. American Heart Association BLS, American Heart Association Heart Saver First Aid CPR. Along with that, Los Angeles County Emergency Medical Services under the direction of Long Beach Fire EMS Division, BLS. So he also says, thanks for your patience, and we hope the latter certifications meet the minimum standards for the USLA. And then he provides me documentation. So I will be forwarding this information to USLA. There are some minimum standards that have been agreed upon at the national level, and we're hoping this can be considered at the next committee meeting for certification in Chicago. But we will have these discussions with the membership chair and our executive director for USLA. And then the last piece was Oxnard City Fire for their aquatic resource response team. I believe they are not going to apply for reasons unknown at this time. It wasn't fully explained, but I should have some further information, hopefully before the USLA meeting. And with that, that's my report. Any questions? I don't expect to have a committee meeting either, so.
Okay. No committee meeting?
Thank you.
So certification is not going to have a committee meeting, but I'd like to remind the committee chairs to let Mr. Berline know if you're planning on meeting today, and we'll assume some of you, the big ones are, of course. Sure. Yeah, we're going to introduce a couple sponsors right now.
Test, test. Okay, so we're just going to have the sponsors come up in between some of the committee reports. They're just going to speak. Sponsors, you have up to 3 minutes for your presentation. We have a very tight agenda, but we'd like to start with Team SOS, Lawrence McNutt.
Hello, and thank you for letting us sponsor the event this week. It's been fun. It's been very educational. I'm Lawrence McNutt with Team SOS. We're representing our CCOM product. It's a solution. This week is our launch of our new 3.0 data collection application, and we've been we're 4 years into the providing infrastructure for the California State Lifeguards. We basically put wireless and telephones in every single beach. Everything's basically, it can survive the aquatic environment. And so we provide, we've just finished deploying Newport Beach. So we have quite a bit of experience in what works and doesn't work. All of our towers are powered with solar, backup batteries. So if we have 3 days of fog, they keep running. So it just works. We are unique in the sense that we have the physical infrastructure for the towers that was specifically designed with the state of California for their needs. We have the field services to go and support everything. We're on site all the time. We have a command center that monitors all activity in all of our towers, where if you turn a tower and our wireless signal drops, we know it, and we then dispatch, or we work collaboratively with the teams on site. We also have a full help desk, and we provide all of the support. If you guys don't want to, if you need a report and you don't want to figure out how to run it, we'll run it for you and send it to you. So with our biggest component today has been, and you won't be able to see this, but is our mobile application. We've now sell not only the physical infrastructure support, but we now have a application we feel it's a little more refinement on it, and I'm going to be very honest with you because we need to make it more simple based on feedback from yesterday's demo. But it'll be out in the field in testing in the state of California probably by the end of this month, and it'll be available for live trials for any of the beaches after that. And we'll probably run 3 to 4 at a time until we feel that the application is completely fit for the lifeguards. And every beach can be, if you run differently than another beach, it's all completely customizable. And that's what we built, was really focused on the back end of data we've collected over the last 4 years. So we're HIPAA compliant, PCI compliant. We're housed in our data centers, which is our tier 5 data centers. So come back, talk with us, look at what we have. It's been a fun 4 years doing this. So again, enjoy dinner tonight. Hopefully we can meet some of you in person as we go. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll continue on with our reports now, but be sure to visit our sponsors back there. Next up, exchanges. Do we have anybody from exchanges? Did you see anything? Nope.
Bill, just a quick one on exchange. I don't think New Zealand's coming over this summer for the traditional Cslsa New Zealand exchange. And the Life Saving Victoria Whale and Shield team is deferred again. They're going to come over next summer. So I think we'll have another exchangeless summer, but 2023, it'll be back on again, hopefully back to normal.
Great. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. So right now, between E and G, this is where the fundraising committee that I'm trying to start would be. So if you are super excited about this, and it's a great opportunity, you could send the trajectory of CSLSA in a positive direction for many, many years. So this is where you would be coming up in 6 months right now, but since we don't have it, and I'm hoping somebody comes up and approaches me, in 6 months, you'll be doing it. So moving on to grants. And if you have a side conversation, if you could take it outside, please, so we could keep going. Grants, anybody here? No. Okay. Junior lifeguards. I think it's Mr. Egan.
Morning, everybody. I think Casey was supposed to submit the report, but he didn't, so I'll wing it. The main thing we were working on was brought up in the fall meeting, and that was the gender equity, or however we want to phrase that, in terms of examining the guidelines specifically of our team events at the junior guard: run relay, swim relay, paddle relay, and the rescue race. We established a subcommittee that met, I think, for the first time virtually in January in Colin, Santa Cruz City. Samantha was on that call. Coral and Brian Murphy from LA County. I believe Skip was on that call. Tony was not on that call. And Casey and I. So after that, we went through the guidelines and we edited some of that and sent that out for revision to the committee. We got feedback a little bit late. So we'll kind of pick that apart in committee today and see if we can finish it up and implement for the regional this summer. And the main thing was just creating specific events for boys and girls, or males and females, however you want to look at, as opposed to the traditional 6 people to at least 2 members of each gender on that relay. So we'll go through that in committee. We're gonna also, we delayed the rollout for the grants. We'll hand out some grant applications today and see if we can, with a submission date maybe of May 15th, and see if we can hand out some money regarding our grant program. And that's pretty much it for junior guards. See you guys.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Okay, legislation. Mr. Sandler isn't here, but somebody told me they were going to present on their behalf, on his behalf. Did anybody get his? Jim did. Yeah, we'll have the next sponsor come up while we're finding the report. I know somebody told me they were going to present it.
Okay, if Eric Andrade's ready, we will call Waterman up to the podium.
Thank you. Morning. I feel really important up here. Thanks everyone for coming and having us here. I'm representing Original Waterman these days. I know it's a little bit of a new face. We've worked with many before and have worked and will work, I'm sure, some more. So good to see everyone. Probably been in some direct contact with you as well, myself. We are continuing to do what we always do, which is to make high quality, good, durable lifeguard uniforms. They'll live up to what you need them to do performance-wise. We have new styles, always innovating, something that'll fit the ticket. We do lifeguarding, of course, all the junior guards up and down the coast. Everything's pretty much same old, but always something new, something better, and innovating. I've got some new stuff back there if anyone wants to check it out. So we have t-shirts I'm giving away, some free Stingray bags. Hope to meet all of you and talk about what I can do if there's something available. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to do 2 things with legislative report right now. Mr. Hughes is going to read the report, and then Mr. Brewster is going to give an update on a couple of assembly bills.
All right, this is the legislation report from Adam Sandler. Current legislation, the 21-22 California legislative session. In the 21-22 California legislative session, there were several bills that have been proposed that may impact ocean lifeguards, or EMTs. All are at the beginning stages and are being monitored for how and if they will impact our membership should they move forward. The first bill is called AB 1682. This is a bill to amend Harbors and Navigation Code to include marine safety and lifeguard vessels which display a distinctive blue light may exceed 5 miles per hour within 100 feet of a swimmer or 200 feet of a beach or boat landing areas while engaged in public safety activities. The bill stems from a lawsuit in which a San Diego City lifeguard allegedly negligently operated, whoops, I shouldn't say this. There was an incident where a person operated an agency jet ski by traveling 10 to 15 miles an hour in an area near surfers. Although the court has ruled the 5-mile-an-hour limitation imperils public safety, it was determined that existing law needed clarity. The bill was suggested by the City of San Diego and has support on file from the City of Carlsbad and Oceanside. Bill is the author of Assemblywoman from Oceanside. The bill's author is an Assemblywoman from Oceanside. Chris Brewster suggested Cslsa provide a letter of support. Now on the Cslsa specialized license plate, the DMV continues its moratorium on new specialized license plates requests through legislation. So that's in limbo right now. And that's it for his legislation report. Any questions? Good.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Brewster, do you have some to add on that?
Yes, on 1682, just to add a little bit to Adam's report. So this incident occurred in San Diego. The lifeguard was operating the PWC at, she estimated, about 15 miles an hour. State Harbors and Navigation Code says you can't operate over 5 miles an hour within 100 feet of a bather or 200 feet of a beach frequented by bathers. So this went to an appeals court. The trial court found in favor of, the jury found in favor of the City of San Diego. It went to an appeals court. The appeals court determined that for cities, not for counties or states, but for city or for state guards, for cities, it is unlawful to operate a motorized vessel within over 5 miles an hour within 100 feet of a bather or 200 feet of a beach frequented by bathers. And what the appeals court said is that, hey, this is the law, the way it's written right now. There's no exemption for cities. But it was a very interesting situation in which the appeals court judges said, this is a problem, the legislature needs to fix this law. The City of San Diego appealed this to the California Supreme Court. The California Supreme Court came to the same conclusion as the appeals court, but a majority of the justices on the California Supreme Court, and I've never seen this before, wrote a very long narrative on why the legislature needed to fix this. So what has happened is both the City of Carlsbad and the City of San Diego submitted this proposed legislation. It has already made it through the Senate and now goes to the Assembly. Ideally, it just slides through the legislature and all as well. But I think personally, I think it's essential that Cslsa, and for that matter, other cities and other government entities in California submit letters in support to the legislature on this item. So I don't know what you would do with your committee or whatever, but that would be my suggestion. The second piece of legislation, which is we've been working on at the national level, but it came out of a situation in Carlsbad. So Carlsbad had a problem where they were unable to adequately staff their pools. They couldn't find enough pool lifeguards. They wanted to use beach lifeguards that were trained to USLA standards. There is a state regulation that essentially says that to guard at a pool, you must be trained to American Red Cross or YMCA of the USA standards or similar. And in fact, really, USLA training doesn't talk about pools at all. We really don't get into that sort of thing. Carlsbad got a waiver from the California Department of Public Health allowing them to use beach lifeguards in their pools temporarily. But they have gone to the state legislature and asked that that state law be changed to specifically allow lifeguards trained to USLA standards to work in pools. And that legislation is going through the legislature with really very little opposition. We've been in touch with the American Red Cross. We, the USLA, have been in touch with the American Red Cross and made really clear that This is not something we seek, and we're really not involved in this legislation in any significant way. But I have been involved with conversations with the head of parks and the lobbyist for the city of Carlsbad and so on. And ultimately, it appears that what the Red Cross has is some sort of a crossover course that's maybe 8 hours long or something like that. So they would accept somebody who had been trained to USLA standards if they take this crossover course and complete it, and then they would give them a pool certification. So personally, I wouldn't recommend that we take any action on it. I just want to make you aware of that's what's going on. Thank you, unless there's questions. Thanks.
Thank you very much for the clarification. And for your information, there's not going to be a legislation committee. And I'm just planning on putting together that letter of support on behalf of CSLSA unless there's any opposition, which would seem really weird because I already voted, USLA already took a vote for USLA to provide a letter of support, and I voted on behalf of our region that we supported it. So unless somebody wants to only drive 5 miles an hour, I'll just do that. Okay, thank you. Okay, we are up to Life-Saving Sport and Fitness, Mr. Butke and Mr. Prosser.
Thank you, Bill. We'll have a lengthy meeting this afternoon. First on our agenda for the meeting, thank you all who were involved who worked on the contract to get the Huntington State Beach Junior JG Association, JLA, contracted to host this year. We're 14 weeks out, and we're glad we've got a contract. The dates for the regionals will be July 22nd, Friday for junior guards and the under-19 competitors. Saturday, July 23rd, will be lifeguards and masters age group competitors. Same venue as last year, between Towers 13 and 14 Beach Boulevard. My printed report, which will be up on our site in the meeting minutes, will have more details. The new thing we're doing for the lifeguards is we're going to have all pre-registration. We're still working on how to clean up, improve logistics for the JGs. But stoked we're back at Huntington. Future regionals, the HSB JLA is also interested in next summer, 2023, also hosting back at Huntington. There were some rumors in the Coconut Wireless that Encinitas and Long Beach were interested for somewhere down in the future. And I do point out that 2024 is the 10-year anniversary of Ben Carlson's line of duty death. And I personally think it would be great to have the event in Newport and do something in conjunction with all the JGs and lifeguards there and honoring our profession and Ben for 2024. Nationals, Jersey Mike's USLA National Lifeguard and Junior Lifeguard Championships will be in Hermosa Beach. JGs will be Wednesday, August 10th. That's 17 weeks out. And the lifeguards will be the Thursday, Friday, Saturday, the 11th through the 13th at Hermosa Beach, north of Pier. Same venue that we used in 2016, the last time the Nationals were out in the West Coast. Details at uslanationals.org. The hotel accommodation and registration information is starting to pop up on there. We've got a USLA Athlete Committee. Kelsey Cummings is here from that. And Brian Murphy is our, Kelsey and Brian are our representatives actually both to the USLA Athletes Committee as well as to the ILS, International Life Saving Federation Athletes Committee. And for those that don't know, the IOC, International Olympic Committee, recognizes life-saving sport as one of its sports. It's in there with sumo and ping pong and the other non-Olympic sports, but it's part of the Olympic movement. And so back in 2004, when I got involved with the USLA, one of the goals was moving ourselves closer to becoming a NGB, National Governing Body for Life-Saving Sport for the Americas as this thing moves forward, because it looks like in 2032, when the Olympics are in Australia, they were going to have life-saving sport, Ironman, Taplin events at Gold Coast as part of the Olympics, with the athletes staying in the Olympic Village. So we've got about 8 years to get our act in order so that the USA can participate in that. Let's see. Brian attended the last ILS athlete panel. It was in the middle of the night for California time. I think his conference was at 3 a.m. But they talked about the upcoming World Championships happening in Italy this fall, and Russia will not be participating. They still have a lot of COVID mitigation procedures in place for the World Championships in Italy. So there are going to be some hurdles with that event, but it is proceeding ahead. The USLA Athlete Panel will have a modified proposal for their new athletes panel policy and procedure to add to the bylaws, and we'll be looking to the men behind the curtain over there to help us with the bylaws and policies and procedures and get that into the system. Number of rule changes that were proposed at the fall meeting will be talked about today in our committee, as well as at the USLA meeting in Chicago in 2 weeks. John Wayne Cancer Foundation Block the Blaze SoCal Paddle Down. It's a proper paddle down this year. The boards will be going from Gaviota back down to San Diego. Hopefully we can get it the whole way and don't have breakdowns in the middle of summer. We've got to work on interagency communication logistics and a way to track the board. And we'll talk about that both in pub ed as well as in sport on what we can do to improve the paddle down. We do have 2 12-foot boards. In the past, we only had 1 board, and being that we are the premier water safety agency for lifesaving, I thought sending 1 guy to paddle around Point Loma or across Point Magoo, it's better to, paddle with a buddy. And so we got 2 boards. As I mentioned, exchanges, the Whale and Shield has been postponed. It will be next summer, but we do need to start talking about logistics for when they come. One of the things that the Lifesaving Victoria has asked, for those who know, Lifesaving Victoria is the one of the states in Australia. They are, unlike the other states, they are actually part of their emergency services. They answer to Emergency Management Victoria. They've got 500 employees and 37,000 volunteer members. And we've had a 55-year exchange with them. Supposed to be biannual. The pandemic put a quash on that, and the last tour was in 2018. But one of the questions they asked of us is, when our guys go down there, and they've had an open door policy for California lifeguards that want to work professionally in Victoria, and it's been a relatively easy process. You basically raise your hand, let me and myself or someone knows, we'll write the letter of introduction to Lifesaving Victoria, and they all set up the rest. They would like to have, the quid pro quo and have some opportunities for their people to come over here and either take part in training or somehow improve, their professionalism. And so one of the things we need to talk about in advance of next summer's tours is what opportunities might exist in California. I know we've got green card and a lot of other issues, but what opportunities there might be for them to come over here so we can kind of send, equal the opportunities that they present to us when we go down under. My report, I've got the draft schedule, and we'll post that up on our calendar for the summer events. And the rest we'll talk about in committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Okay, next up would be membership. Ms. Graham.
If anyone wants a hard copy of my report, they're up front.
Good morning. Thanks, Encinitas, for hosting us here. I always enjoy coming here. So membership activity report, I just submitted it this morning, so I don't think it's posted anywhere yet. Our final adult membership for this membership year, which is ending on June 30th for 2021 and 22, is 1,272 adult members, which is pretty close to our normal average of 1,300 members. Whenever we order stuff or request shirts and things, we ask for about 1,300. So we're pretty close to normal, which is great. Unfortunately, our junior guard membership is still extremely low. We have, at this point, we have 1,357 junior guard members, which is a lot less than we used to have. Reminders, at this point, it's spring. We usually don't even have membership committee meetings, but we'll have one today. But the reminders are that at this point, as of April 1st, anyone who's registering online at usla.org is getting the new membership year, which starts July 1st. So you get that 3 months of tide over. So if you're going to go in and renew, this is a good time to do it. And if you're doing your spring training and all that stuff and you want to get everyone registered with your chapter, we can also get that taken care of early. We are driving people to the website if they are able to do it that way. It's really easy because you can manage your own page and log on and get your benefits and all those things. But we are still doing chapter bulk uploads and imports as usual. So anyone who is planning on doing it that way, because you have your dues collection through your chapters or some other membership drive, just let me know. We should be getting the templates pretty soon from the USLA co-chair who handles the template creations. If you're sending teams to regionals and or nationals, the target is for me to get those membership rosters by July 10th so I can import them and they go live and then people can register themselves. Because as Mr. Butke mentioned, everything's online now, so the competitors want to get registered ASAP before the prices go up. This year for 2022, for this summer, for the coming membership year of 22-23, we have the USLA membership kit will be a stainless steel license plate frame. I have a sample of it here, which I'll have at the committee as well. So those are in production and hopefully we'll receive them soon. As we all know, there's a lot of delays in shipping these days, so it definitely didn't get ordered as fast as we had hoped. We kept kind of pressing to get it ordered, but it didn't get done quite soon. They did design an updated patch. It's never as popular in our region as other regions, but they, sorry, I hope you guys can see it. They updated the patch, so there's gonna be a patch. The normal USLA kit will have a decal membership card and the patch. And then our perennial generous sponsor, Scott Hubble, has arranged for us to get t-shirts for all of our members, and they are going to be black. And the front will have a rescue tube with all the names of the chapters, and the back has our cross doors. So again, you guys can check it out a little bit closer at committee, or I'll have them available to look at. And those are going to be done probably by next week. So we're hoping as soon as we get the license plate frames, then Ms. Schween and I will get together and we'll bundle all the chapter kits together, and we'll touch base with our chapter contacts to get those out to you guys. Also, to remind all your members that there's a lot of pro deals available through the USLA website, and you get emails when you're signed up from Hobie and Defin deals and stuff like that. The Benefit Hub portal is live. The USLA store has now gone live. It's currently only got a couple of things on there, a hat, some t-shirts, sweatshirt. But the plan is in the next couple of months to also have a link to our new Square store, which will have a lot of our older membership items if people are looking for patches or socks or bags or whatever things we have left from all the various membership years. We would like to get those out to members who are missing one, like to get another one, things like that, and bring a little bit of funding back into the membership committee. And then the next thing I wanted to mention was that I want to do a little mea culpa, a little apologizing to you guys and to your members. There were some issues this year with the database that we have. It's a national database called Uniserve, and that's where you guys sign up online or we send the rosters to them. And there was a lady who did all of our stuff for many, many years, and she retired last year, so there was a transition with the people taking over. And at the same time, we had elections and a bunch of things changed with our own treasury, with people sending out invoices and collecting the monies. And we had some past due invoices, so there were some issues with collecting dues. And so we were holding off on importing to make sure everyone's dues were getting paid or that we knew dues were coming. And so when the imports were going through, the new lady who took over, she knew how to generate kits for people who registered online, but she wasn't fully kind of read in on how to do the imports. And she was relying on some updates and emails from regional chairs from around the nation. And I didn't realize that she didn't get all the training from the other lady. And so I dropped the ball. I didn't realize she didn't have all the information. And I started getting messages from people going, hey, we haven't got our kits yet. Are we members? Are we imported? And I went back and checked, and I thought, what's happening? I thought it was a database issue. And everyone was members. Everyone was live. They are all getting their magazines. And I thought, what's going on? And we went back and searched through and realized that she hadn't been able to pull those queries. So we fixed the problem, and she did start sending out the kits, but they were late and they were delayed. So we do apologize for that. And I am implementing a new checklist, a new system, because now there's actually a bunch more things we do have to do with the way the treasurer invoices and things like that. So I want to make sure we have a checklist and it's something that can move forward. So in the future, everyone can follow the same process and make sure these things get done in a timely manner. And also, in a separately ironic twist, the USLA membership chair, who's also fairly new in his position and hadn't done a lot of regional membership before he became the USLA chair, also made a mistake when he was ordering last year's kits, and he was using kind of the numbers from the downturn that we had during the COVID years to order our membership items instead of checking with the regions and realizing that we pretty much always order 5,000 kits. And so they actually ran out of kits. And so some of our chapters still need some kit items. And I have some prior membership kit items to give to people who didn't get their stuff. But if you guys register online, or if any of your members register online and didn't get their kit in the mail, then I would like to know about that too. Because as far as I knew, everybody who registered online got their stuff. But now I'm hearing a few people who might not have gotten that either. So we want to go back and make sure that it's all working properly before we get to this summer's big push. So I do apologize for that, and we'll get it all taken care of. And then my last bits here, the junior lifeguard membership, we are going to continue to work on seeing ways that we can create more junior guard membership and how to build it back to where it was. We are expecting update from the Usla working group that was created specifically to talk about the business aspect of the various ideas that have been put forth for junior guards. And so that will be in Chicago when we go in a couple weeks. So I'll have a further update in the fall. But we can definitely toss it around and brainstorm some more. We had a lot of good ideas at our last meeting on potential ways to raise our junior guard membership. And then we have a new chapter application that's just about ready to be submitted, so we can talk about that during committee. The process is that we receive an application, and then we will be doing an on-site review and a visitation of the chapter, and then if it all goes well, then at the following meeting, it's presented to the board for approval, and then we'll have a new chapter. And lastly, I would like to request that we get one representative from each chapter who's here today. I know there may not everyone be here, but at least one. I just need one representative from each chapter to meet with me right after lunch, before all the committees start. I think there's going to be an order of committees, and so right after lunch, when they announce that the committees are going to start, I'll gather a group with just one person from each chapter. So, and I'll check with the secretary. I wasn't here for roll call. How many we have? How many I should be expecting? And that's my report. Any questions?
Quick one, Charlotte. What's the current membership for CSLSA, and then for the JG numbers again?
And I'll give you. I have some sheets that I'll pass around. 1272 for adults, 1357 for juniors.
What's your normal for junior guard?
Well, in the past, we were, for many years, we averaged between 8,000 to 10,000 juniors. And then it started declining when agencies stopped paying the dues or didn't include it in their enrollment fee, and the parents don't know or don't get advertised about it. And then a couple of the biggest groups, it was like LA County, Newport, Huntington, that were registering all of their juniors, are now just registering the ones who race or compete. And so we've gone down to, it hasn't been over 2,000 or 3,000 for the last couple of years. But the whole COVID thing with no junior guard programs, that was an issue. And then we've just been bouncing around a lot of things. So we need to try and find ways to get it back to where it was and make it beneficial for agencies to pay for all their juniors to be members, or put it back into their fee, or different things, or drive parents to, we're working on getting a QR code. I think they've already created one, but we need to get it so we can distribute it and get it out to the agencies so they can use it.
One more. Are the junior members also getting the license plate and the t-shirt?
No, that's a great question. At this point, junior members only pay $10. They do get an envelope in the mail, and it has they love it, the kids love it. It has their card with their name on it, and this, usually a bumper sticker and another sticker, but they don't get the patch usually. They just get a smaller kit, and then they get the 3 ALM magazines per year mailed to their house, and they are eligible, because they have an online account, they're eligible to get the DeFin discounts. They can get 2 pairs per year at wholesale, and any other discounts that are available to the adults are available to the juniors. So it's still pretty robust for a small price. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up, Mr. Hughes, newsletter.
Newsletter, how about that? All right, I'm going to pass these out. John or somebody, could you?
Can somebody help?
Yeah.
Please.
I got 60 of them, so take some, leave some.
Some up here.
Oh, yeah. Let me give you some up here. Yeah, here you go.
Take out from here.
Sure. Pass it around.
Here's a couple, Bob.
Bob, here you go. I may have more. I got a bunch more. God, I can't believe it. I didn't even use. All right. Yeah, I wish I could put it up on the screen, but that's okay. All right. I have some more up here. All right, I have some more up here if you're interested. I also have a copy of my secretary's report if you're interested in that too. Always happens when I get cut. Let's see what's it. All right, if everybody has a copy, if I can have your attention, welcome to the Spring 20, God bless America. The Spring 2022 CalSurf News, brought to you by your friendly secretary. Okay, if you notice the cover, the theme of this cover's CalSurf News is now hiring. And you can see how cleverly and painstakingly I made a collage of most of our recruiting flyers. If you don't see yours there, I apologize. I had a bunch more, but every time I kept trying to cram them in there, it just kept getting smaller and smaller. So I just went with this. I figured that's on all of our minds this year. I always try to pick a theme that is kind of on everybody's mind. I won't spend a lot of time on this because I know we're short on time, but the main features are, of course, Bill's President's Message. I also included a story of from Mike Broussard's new book, and there's a story from Ed Vadroska's new book. If you guys want to stand up, if you want a little taste of what great writers these guys are, read these two articles, and please, if you're inspired by the book, they're here to autograph it for you and personalize it for you. I had Ed do 4 books for my family members. I sent one to my brother who used to be a lifeguard, and a couple other friends in the front row. And they make great Christmas presents or retirement presents because they're really fun to read. It takes you right back. So, okay, and then and there's links in the magazine. This will be online. It's online right now. If you go to the cslsa.org website, you can click the link for the latest edition. It's got a rundown of all of our heroic acts that are being presented today, or most of them. I included an article about the OC helicopter crash. I have an old lifeguard friend that lives down in Newport, saw the whole thing. He was very traumatized by it, and he kept insisting I run an article about it, so I did. And I basically just took some from some other sources that you can click on the online version and watch the whole video of some of the rescue attempts. Very tragic, very trying scene. I didn't like watching that video because it reminds me too much of the cluster things that used to go through when we have drownings and body searches. There's some really good footage on there. And then we have Ed Vadroska's Miracle of Tori. And I was pretty lean on ads. Brian Ketterer, thank you so much for sending me all those vendors. There were like dozens of them. And the only ones I squeezed in here was John Wayne and CCOM, because they were the two the biggest ones. But be sure to check out all his sponsors. There were tons of them this week, and he really did a good job of canvassing. Now, on the back page, of course, is our agency bio, if you'd like to learn a little something about the Encinitas Lifeguard agency. You can read about it here. I try to do this in every magazine. Whoever's hosting the event, I run a little bio on their agency. It tells, how many miles of beach they guard and what their staffing is. And it's just something to keep on hand. Something to learn from while you're here at the meeting. So with that, 12 pages, came to about $430 some odd, which is about half my budget, and I got 60 copies out of it. And hope you enjoy it. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Next up, we have professional standards. Mr. Carey?
No report. We haven't had a meeting yet. First meeting will be today.
Thank you.
And Mr. Avila, we'd like to do a presentation from one of the vendors right now, if we could.
Sounds good.
Okay. So our next vendor is the Single Company. Did I get that correct? Okay, and is it Ted Lee? All right, Ted. The podium is yours.
show and tell.
Thank you.
Hey, well, hey, thanks for having me. I see a lot of familiar faces from the Newport Water Summit. I do want to thank you guys. I had 3 kids go through junior guards, and it kind of shaped them who they were. And actually, my oldest, who was 18 last year, was a lifeguard. Oh, wow. And is going to come back this summer from college to do it again. So everything you do, it's kind of when I hear the JG numbers kind of down, it kind of bums me out because kids get in on phones and stuff. They need to be in the water and experience that and get out there and see other kids. But single. So we innovated around the body surfing fin, swim fin in the marketplace. So if you look at fins in the marketplace today, I think everyone's doing a great job out there. But we took a different look at it and we built our fin off of footwear lasts. So think about like a running shoe. Like you could run a 5K race in your Vans. But if you want to go run a marathon, right, you probably need your Asics, your Nike shoes, and those are built off of like comfort and performance around how your body performs. Same technology with our footwear lasts. So if you think about it, most fins will have pressure in your toe, pressure in your heel to keep the fin in place. We'll have 35 pressure points on your foot that keep it in place.
Mr. Lee, I hate to interrupt, but we are recording, so it'd be good if you were behind. Yeah.
I like to be close to my audience, but that's all good. I'll do it this way. So anyway, so that's the idea around the fin. So it's going to give you full comfort. You can see how it's articulated around your foot, almost like an orthotic. Kind of captures your arch. The other thing we did was we used silicone. And I think most fins use Malaysian rubber. And the people use Malaysian rubber because it floats. Silicone doesn't float, but silicone is less abrasive on the skin. So we were able to make our silicone float. So this is the first floating silicone product in the marketplace. The other thing we did is we added an insert. So it's a nylon insert that gives you the stiffness that you need to get your performance, but also gives you flex and a little whip. So if you think about the insert versus putting a hard rock solid bottom on the bottom of your fin, which actually just kind of makes you feel like you're walking flat-footed, kind of on concrete to some degree, we put an insert that's articulated to your foot. And that's the fit in a nutshell. And we'd love to get you guys product, work on promo codes, participate in your junior guards. We love what you guys do, appreciate first responders, and I think we brought a product to the marketplace that is a little different than what exists today. That's it. So there's a sample walking around, and you guys just check it out. We're back there if you want to slip it on. Just let us know. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Thank you, Single.
I want to get some testimony from Brian. So Brian was an early tester in our fins, and what was your initial feedback?
Best boot I ever worn. And I did have doubts. Best boot I ever worn, and think of a bicycle pedal. You don't have a cleat, you're only pushing down, you're not pulling up. With these things, put the cleat on the bicycle pedal, now you're pushing up and pulling down. So pretty interesting fin.
Thank you, appreciate it.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lee. Thank you, Mr. Ketterer.
Okay, thank you very much. Public education, Mr. Silvestri. And for all you potential public education committee chairs, pay close attention.
All right. Yeah, this will be my last round of giving the meeting. I'll run the meeting today. But basically, the reason for it is not to step down. I've changed my focus in what I'm really involved in right now. And it's more toward lifeguard education and training. And if you watch my reports over the last couple of years, it's been more and more about the San Diego Lifeguard Advisory Committee, the Orange County Lifeguard Advisory Committee from Hogue, and working with UCSD on lifeguard studies and things like that. So that's the reason for it. I'm still going to be very active. Whoever wants to get into the public education realm, I'm not going anywhere. I'm here to help. I just want to kind of change my focus a little bit. It is definitely, I think, the most important committee, Pub Ed. There's a lot to do. There's a lot of energy. Having the John Wayne Cancer Foundation support is the biggest game changer for us. That's how we got our PSA out there, which has been hugely successful. So it's rewarding. It's a good career builder. It's fun. You work with good people. And I think one of the biggest concerns people have is like it's a big workload. It isn't. Okay? These are not backbreaking committee assignments. There is a little bit of work to be done, but it is not by any means a huge workload. So I wanted to dispel that and hopefully encourage some young, current active lifeguards to get involved. It's better now, but I still see a lot of gray up there. This organization needs the graybeards just for the corporate knowledge and things like that, but it really needs to be driven by the current lifeguards that are working the field, because you know what you need. You know what the needs are, what public education needs are. You know what junior guard needs are and things like that. So if you want to talk about pub ed, I'm around. Hopefully we get a couple of hits. And one of the neat things that started a couple years ago is kind of the co-chairs. So you're not handling it all by yourself. If you know you can't make a certain meeting, your partner can cover for you, things like that. That definitely makes it a lot more palatable. I want to thank the Encinitas guards for hosting, especially Brian Ketter. I don't know if you guys know, but I mean, he's like way up here in the California State Park System, division chief working out of Sacramento, dealing with nothing but major statewide nightmares and budget problems and personnel problems. And he's an Encinitas City seasonal lifeguard for his mental health. And so on top of everything that he's got going with the state parks, he decides to run the meeting for the city of Encinitas this week. And he came to me months ago with the idea of turning this into a full week, which we've never done before, starting with, we had a brainstorming session on Monday down in Del Mar about data collection and how we move forward with that and a few other things. And then the Marine Chiefs meeting on Tuesday, and then all the training that he provided on Tuesday and Wednesday, which was a huge success from the sounds of it. I didn't get to attend, but 80 plus lifeguards attending. And then leading into the meeting today and tomorrow. So a huge endeavor, but I told Brian, I really hope that this becomes a model for us every spring. And it may not be a full week, but certainly to tie in the Marine Chiefs meeting to just prior to our meetings, and also try and get at least one day of training, full day of training that we can offer seasonals and permanents alike to come in and train before we go into the busy season. It's a great model, and I'd just like to commend Encinitas, and especially Brian, for a job really well done. We didn't have a lot of activity as far as the public education. I've continued to attend the SLAC meetings and the PWAC meetings with Hogue and Scripps La Jolla. And it just reinforces a little bit about what Brian said and what Sean mentioned, and cooperating with all the different agencies, which California has done such an outstanding job with over the past several years. I mean, 10 years ago, did we ever get along about anything? It was a lot different. And now everybody's, there's no more borders. It's so cool, and we're getting much more done because of that. And we're bringing in non-traditional groups, like down here in San Diego, we've got Scripps La Jolla, and we've got Hogue Hospital. Now UCSD's on board, and both from their health department doing these studies for us, and now their trauma department doing the Stingray study that we'll talk about a little bit later. So really exciting to see that continue to grow, and our educational conferences are continuing to grow. That's one place that we want to, in both the Hogue and SLAC committees, talked about having maybe 3 or 4 virtual trainings a year, and start expanding that from just like one summer one, which is geared mostly toward the seasonals, to fall and winter when it's a little less busy, to try and provide specific educational opportunities for the Marine Chiefs and supervision, things along those lines. So I think you can expect that's going to happen this fall. We've already had discussions regarding that. Some of the topics that came up that we're looking at for the fall would be women in lifeguarding, cultural diversity in lifeguarding, and recruiting. And I just want to mention, too, on April 20th, Newport is hosting the De-Escalation Training. Where's the Newport group? Yeah, I got the de-escalation training coming up. And do you know if there's still openings?
There's plenty of room.
Okay, get a hold of Andy White at Newport if you want to send some people for a de-escalation training. It's going to be a really neat program, and I want to thank Newport for hosting that.
He has an easy email, awhite@nbfd.net.
Okay, and if you're not sure, see this group here. It's going to be a great training. SoCal Paddle Down, Jay already kind of addressed that. We'll talk about that in committee. Same with the Stingray study. The only thing on the Stingray study is it was presented to the Marine Chiefs on Tuesday. Maya came from UCSD, that's one of the doctors in charge from their trauma department. And we got it kind of off the ground a little bit last year, but the communications broke down between chiefs in the field, and it came on too late is what happened. So it never really got traction. We're looking for a really hard rollout this year, and we'll discuss that in committee. But this is a huge project, and it sounds like from talking to Brian, the Marine Chiefs are really excited about it. So I think you'll see it get out to the field this year. Just a QR code that we're going to have all of our Stingray patients just shoot it with their phone, and then it's not a workload for the lifeguards. It's all going to be data collected and goes right to UCSD. And I'm going to be trying to get the information out to the USLA meeting coming up as well, so that we can get Gulf Coast and East Coast, because they have Stingray issues, and make it a nationwide effort. We could get some really great information out of that. And then, as far as the educational conference, we've had several meetings on it. We've kind of got it ironed out, but we're going to have one more meeting next Friday. It looks like it's going to be July 13th. That's almost etched in mud. It was between the 13th and 20th, but it looks like it'll be the 13th. It'll be virtual again. Brandon, putting him to work. And right now, what we're looking at is hazardous effects of the sun on the eyes for lifeguards, peer group support, the Stingray study update. Mike Broussard's going to come in and talk based on his new book, Neptune WEP, which ties in directly to peer group support and the drastic effects that lifeguarding has on all of us. And then we'll have the Excellence in Life-Saving Awards for Orange County and San Diego County. That's what we're looking at right now. Was able to bring in CTM Solutions. Todd Madsen is going to provide a code for anybody watching that'll give you 40% off for Electric, Spy, Von Zipper, Bolay, Serengeti, and Rourke right now, and he's working on a few others. So that'll be a kind of a neat bonus if you attend. And we'll still have the CEs for EMTs. And lastly, if you haven't read the books from Ed and Mike, you're not being a lifeguard. You need to read those books. That's what it's all about. Stories from Sea Level that Ed put out is just a fantastic read. I mean, I sat down and read that in like 2 days, easy. Mike Broussard, Warm Winds and Following Season, his new one, Neptune WEP, which has had a profound effect on me, especially the last chapter. It's something that we've all had run through our minds, and Mike will be talking about that at the educational conference. But you have them here, you can talk to them, you can get a signed book, but it's a great read. And I know my books, I just pass them around from friend to friend now. I probably had 20 people read my one copy of Ed's book and Mike's first book. So that's it for Pub Ed for now. Any questions? Thanks.
Thank you very much. And let's thank Mr. Silvestri one more time for his years of leading. Okay, we have not on the agenda, Public Information Officer report is being presented by Bob Moore.
Some of us are past gray hair, Mike. We're at white hair now. All right, Adam Sandler works for a United States Senator, and he has his own business, but they needed his services. So he's down under in Australia on a government junket at the moment. And so he asked that I present this. He's our public information officer. If you have any information that needs to be posted, tweeted, whatever he does with it, pio@cslsa.org, just send it there and he'll take care of it. He's Johnny on the spot no matter where he is in the world, and he gets it done. He's done numerous tweets, and his basic message is always swim near a lifeguard, and he's sharing high surf and rip current advisories. He put out there that our past secretary was promoted to captain, Schween, for Huntington City, which was well-deserved. He's worked with the OC Register, which is the local newspaper in Orange County. And Huntington Beach City has launched something, and it's called Talk to a Lifeguard Initiative, and he's attached that in his report that will be in the minutes. He's does his standard beach safety rip current awareness. He also got word out, beachgoers can now get real data on stingrays that Mike mentioned. So he's been very active when he gets information. And if he finds some, he'll get it out there. But it's up to this body, when you're working your agencies, if you have something, please write to pio@cslsa.org.
All right. Well, they have been mentioned so often that we're actually going to call them up for their 3-minute presentation, the two famous authors who sometimes, I guess, lifeguarded a little bit in their past before their literary careers. So a big hand for our celebrity lifeguard authors. So this is Mike Broussard and Ed Vidoshka.
Well, hello there. Pop. I feel like I'm watching this like old-time movie. Do you know those old-time movies where the sound is delayed every pop? See? I want to thank you guys for being lifeguards. This is a profession that I was involved in for 2/3 of my life. And I really believed in this profession, and I still do very, very much. So we share something. All of us share that incredible love of the ocean and lifeguarding. And that's kind of why I decided to write this book. I don't claim to be an author. I'm a storyteller, and I learned how to tell stories from gentlemen like this fellow sitting in front of me here and other mentors that I had. And in that vein, I'll just share a very quick story with you. About 20 years, and I've never told this out loud, but I think it's kind of sort of remarkable. About 20 years ago, there was a guard at Huntington State named Ken Fedoff. Fedoff went into med school, and while he was going to med school, he came back and lifeguarded. He couldn't pull himself away from the profession. He became a physician, and he still came back to lifeguarding. At the end of the summer, the guards were cleaning out the mail slots, and in Fedoff's mail slot was a stack of paychecks because he never picked up a paycheck the entire summer. They had to call him and say, Ken, your paychecks are here. And he's like, oh, yeah, the paycheck. He did the job not for money at all. And I don't know of any profession in the world that would happen, that you would do it for free. But Ken Fedoff did this job for free, your job, my job, for free. I think that says something more than I could ever explain about this profession. We do this for the love of the job, and there's something in every one of you that ties you into public service, that makes you want to do this job. And I bet many of you would do this job for free if you could afford to. Having aged and now retired, I miss the job already. This will be my first summer without lifeguarding for the state, and it's hard. I mean, I really do miss it. Thankfully, I still can work for LA County because I work at Avalon at the little baby beach there, so It's where they put all the geriatric guys to work for Jay, and it's nice, you know. But anyway, that's where this book came from. These are 39 of my favorite lifeguard stories spanning a 50-year career. And again, I don't. This is not a literary thing. I'm not Walt Whitman, but these are our stories. So let me just say, how many people have read this? Can I just see? Oh my golly, Ralph. Okay, well that's cool. Don't buy it, just share it. Like Mestry said, he's already cost me so much money just by giving that damn book around, but please do that. And last thing I want to say is, as we get into these committees and talk about lifeguarding a lot, we can get a little insulated away from the profession, but I want you to realize that you guys are the mentors for the young guards, and those young guards need to hear your stories. They need to hear why you love this job and why you made it a career. That's what's going to drive them, and that's what's going to make them better lifeguards. So please do that. Share your love for this job. Thanks, you guys.
Thank you for having me today. I was doing my taxes last week, and somebody called me and said, hey, there's this thing called the Retired Public Safety Officers Exemption. So I thought, oh, this is great. So I went online, I checked it out. And it's for police officers, firefighters, EMTs, nurses. But specifically left out was lifeguards. And I thought, who does more public safety work than lifeguards? I mean, it really bothered me, so I didn't get the exemption. But this is why I wrote the two books that I have about lifeguarding. I want people to know the pressure that you suffer through, the risks that you take, the commitment to training that it takes to do this job. If they could be there when you were called out at night in the wintertime with large surf to rescue people, if they could be there when you have to contact a person with a dog who's just going ballistic on you, if they could be there when you were there making multiple victim rescues, this is why I wrote these books, so in the hope that people will understand. I dedicate these books to you. What you do is critically important, and I want to spread that word around to the general public. Never let anybody tell you anything differently. I salute you for your service. I love all you guys. Like Ed, I miss lifeguarding, but I'm too old to do it anymore, so there you go. But anyway, all the best to you, and if you get a chance, give our books a read. Thank you.
Thank you both very much. Okay, and I'll just give a quick update as to what's going to happen. We're just a few minutes behind schedule, but not too bad considering. We're going to get through a few more committee reports, and then we're going to go into our special awards, and then we're going to break for lunch. But it'll probably be, if you're really hungry right now, just reset your clock, probably 12:15 or something, because the awards are super important. So where are we? No public relations, no social media. Special awards, Mr. Richardson.
Thank you. I'm submitting a very reduced verbal report because of the time constraints and also because of the number of recipients that are here today, and the fact that you're going to hear a synopsis of each report during the presentations just before lunch. My printed report has more details, including the recipient names and citation of the award. The report will be entered into the minutes, as always. The following submissions were approved by a combination of CSLSA Executive Board or the CSLSA USLA Awards Committees and the appropriate Board of Directors. They were all approved unanimously, by the way. Because of the number of recipients is so large, Not all the San Diego personnel will be able to be here today to receive their awards for a wide range of reasons. Some are on duty, some are on vacation, or had other conflicts. Awards for those not in attendance will be handed off to Captain Maureen Hodges for later disposition. And a special shout out to Maureen for being such a help in getting all that stuff together. I'll give you a number of awards here in a moment. Thus far, our committee has had no award submissions for this meeting, but we have one award submission for this meeting. If there are others, I haven't received them yet. If you bring them to the meeting, we have about a 15 to 20-minute discussion on those, and then we'll have a look for approval at the end of the meeting tomorrow. The following are being awarded today. One Dual Lifetime Achievement Award. A San Diego Incident Number 1 Wipeout Cove rescue occurred on March 24th. It was approved for one agency, 3 individual USLA National Life-Saving Awards, and 2 CSLSA USLA Heroic Act Awards. San Diego Incident Number 2 Point Loma Boat Rescue occurred on May 2nd, 2021. There were a total of 30 victims. 3 died in that rescue. It was approved for one non-lifeguard Heroic Act Award. It's both USLA and CSLSA. One agency and 12 individual USLA National Life-Saving Awards. San Diego Incident Number 3 Horseshoe Reef Boat Rescue occurred on May 20th, 2021. Approved for one agency and 13 USLA National Life-Saving Awards. And the 5th event is the Ventura Jetty Rescue. It occurred on June 17, 2021. It was approved for a CSLSA and USLA Medal of Valor. Overall, there were 38 total awards submitted for this meeting, approved and created for this meeting. 1 Lifetime Achievement, 9 Wipeout Cove, 14 Point Loma, 13 Horseshoe Reef, and 2 for the Ventura Jetty. I've had a busy past couple of months. Thank you.
You were at 86, 49, and 5, huh?
Try to turn it on. Thank you very much. Statistics, Mr. Burton.
Thank you. Good morning. So, hate to be the bearer of bad news, but as an association, we are missing the mark drastically with submitting our annual statistics. Typically, I get up here and I'll read off the name of the departments that haven't submitted for the past year, but this year it's going to be much easier for me to read off the folks that have. So if you do not hear your agency, please go back to the responsible parties and have your statistics submitted. A lot of our agencies, unfortunately, are 2 years behind. So without further ado, these are the folks that have submitted for this year. California State Parks, Oceanside, OC Lifeguards, Port Hueneme, Port San Luis Harbor District, San Clemente, of course, Santa Cruz, and Channel Islands Harbor. So if you did not hear your agency called, please get back to whoever the responsible officer is for submitting your USLA statistics. It is part of your certification for USLA to submit statistics. And I hate to do it, but Mr. Gould asked if I call it LA County. You guys represent 20% nationally for the statistics. So we would love to see those statistics entered soon. Thank you. Oh, additionally, sorry. The USLA has now transitioned over to Watchtower software for the statistics on the USLA website. It's still a work in progress, but if you guys go to the site and there's any feedback at all, please reach out to them. Again, it's a work in progress. The dashboard is going to need some work over time, but hopefully, fingers crossed, the statistics submission and everything software-wise will be much more user-friendly. So thank you.
Are there any questions for Mr. Burton? And to confirm, I heard San Clemente called? Oh, yeah. Okay, thank you very much. Training and operations, Mr. Silvestri for Mr. Daly, was there anything to report? No, okay, no report, thank you. Ways and Means, Mr. Scholl.
I submitted an updated budget and profit and loss with my treasury report, and we'll have a Ways and Means committee meeting tomorrow morning. bright and early at 8:30 in here.
Mr. Scholl said if somebody wants to do the pre-meeting discussion at 6 a.m., he can meet him with a board out front.
Was that your report? Yeah. Any questions? Okay, awesome. Last for the committee reports, website. Do we have a report?
The only thing I want to mention on the website report is that the CSLSA regional results were missing for 2002 to 2013. Those have been updated, and you can now view those. Any results beyond 2014 are available on the website. There's a link to the page, so that's been done, and you can view those if you want to. Historically, we are up to date. Mr. Moore. Yes.
The past website chair, my frustration over the website has been well known. Thank you for stepping up to the plate, and thanks to Pat Francis, the last webmaster, who is giving all our old records to Skip to help him update our website. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bob. I do want to recognize Pat Francis. Without her, we would have had a lot of historical data lost. She archived these records, and when we moved over to a new website, it was gone. It just did not move over. There was no way to retrieve it, but Pat came through with us. She stuck with us. So I'd like to recognize Pat. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We've got some special awards to give. First, I think Lauren Fraga from John Wayne Cancer Foundation is here. If she would like to come forward, she's going to give a real brief presentation.
Hi, everybody. I'm Lauren from John Wayne Cancer Foundation and Block the Blaze. Just wanted to thank you, especially to the agencies that had junior lifeguard programs in 2019 and in 2020 and 2021 that we were able to come out to, especially with all the COVID restrictions. So we really appreciate coming out and providing all your junior guards with sun-safe education, hats and sunscreen. We do plan on coming back out this summer. There's a couple agencies that I have not received information from, but I will try to find you during the JG breakout or the Pub Ed breakout. And also the John Wayne Cancer Foundation will be presenting the CSLSA with a $5,000 donation for continued support for educating your junior lifeguards. So thank you for being such a great partner to us. We really love coming out to your program, and we really are happy that it looks like we're gonna have like a normal pre-COVID summer. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Lauren. And that foundation is near and dear to my heart, as I had melanoma a number of years ago, and my best friend is suffering from it right now. And the work that you all do is fantastic. Reaching out, I mean, it's just been the greatest program, coming out, reaching out to the kids, you know, and talking to them about the importance of it. So we really appreciate that. And we appreciate the donation. But reaching the kids is so important. Okay, I think we are ready to turn it over to Mr. Richardson for awards.
Thank you. As I said, this has been a really busy past season for me. And I want to thank Maureen Hodges again for stepping up and getting the paperwork to me and working with me over the last month to figure out where all these guys were going to come from, if they were going to show up or not, who wasn't coming. I hope I've got it right. We've got them stacked up in alphabetical order, by order of incident, and so on. So, officially, because we have so many awards to present, my plan is to have the recipients for their individual awards come up to the front for each of the rescues as they are called. And as I said before, all the recipients are not present due to many varying circumstances, but hopefully, operating in the manner that I've got it planned, we can get through this number of presentations in a timely manner. We'll also be having the President, Bill Humphreys, and Vice President Gus Avila handing out the awards, because Gus has been the past president of USLA, and besides, Bill can't hold on to all these things at one time. So Our first award, I'd like to have Gary and Tracy Held come up, please. It's an award for a very special award to recognize two individuals for many years of life-saving service. Presenting the award is President Bill Humphreys. In recognition of over 67 years of combined service to the County of Los Angeles, as Los Angeles County Lake Lifeguards, providing for safe aquatic environment on the lakes and beaches in Los Angeles County and the state of California. Gary and Tracy Hild, a Lifetime Achievement Award. Congratulations. Okay, now we're going to begin our life-saving awards with the Cave Rescue at San Diego. Wipeout Cave Rescue. On the evening of March 24th, 2021, San Diego lifeguards were notified of a woman that had fallen into a cave behind a crack located in the cliffs near Wipeout Beach. Chief James Gartland was off duty in the area and responded to establish incident command. Lifeguard 3, Alan Cracklow, remember that name, you're going to hear it once or twice. And he gets a special award at the very end of this whole thing. Anyway, Alan arrived on scene shortly thereafter, was deployed and swam into the pitch-black narrow sea cave where he found a woman, face down and unconscious in the water. He stabilized the woman while being pummeled by consistent ocean surges due to the large surf. Lifeguard 3, Matthew Jackson, responded to assist Cracklow in recovering the victim. Both Cracklow and Jackson were submitted to extreme hazardous conditions due to the narrow cave, strong ocean surges, and lifeless body weight caught in the sharp rocks. Cracklow and Jackson requested additional personnel and a rescue board in order to extricate the victim. Sergeant Charles Knight and Lifeguard 2, Thomas Kavanaugh, entered the cave just as Cracklow and Jackson freed the victim from the rocks. She was placed on the rescue board and taken out through the cave's opening. On the beach, CPR was initiated until she was released to fire paramedics. Shortly thereafter, the victim had a return of spontaneous circulation and nearly stable vitals. She was transported to the hospital and was expected to make a full recovery. At the time of this report, I don't know the status of the victim. For their team rescue efforts in this life-saving rescue, the San Diego Lifeguard Service, Chief James Gartland, Sergeant Charles Knight, and Lifeguard Thomas Kavanaugh are awarded the USLA's National Life-Saving Award. While these guys are getting ready, for their selfless action of heroism under extreme conditions, Matthew Jackson and Alan Cracklow are receiving the USLA and Cslsa Heroic Act Awards. Congratulations, guys. Don't go away. Congratulations, you guys. Great rescue. Our next rescue, the second rescue, is a Point Loma boat rescue. Chris sent out a news release that just has been posted that the boat operator, the skipper of the vessel that was involved in this accident, was finally convicted of crimes of transporting transient aliens across the border into San Diego. But that incident resulted in 30 victims in the water and 3 dying as a result of their incidents and their injuries. On the evening of May 2nd, 2021, San Diego Lifeguards received a report of a commercial vessel, assist company, that a vessel had broken up on the rocks in the vicinity of Dolphin Tanks at Point Loma. 12 San Diego lifeguards responded to the scene with surf boats, personal watercraft, and rescue vehicles. Upon arrival, they found a large debris field and approximately 25 victims in various stages of extreme danger. Some victims were caught in the debris field, while others were being pulled down by the debris caught in the vessel's ropes. Mr. Cale Foy, a U.S. Navy rescue swimmer who had been on the beach with his family and friends, entered the water and swam through the debris field and assisted several victims, one of whom was in critical condition. The critical victim was eventually taken aboard a surf boat along with Mr. Foy and transported Code 3 to the San Diego Harbor Patrol docks while CPR was being continued. The victim survived the ordeal due in no small part to Mr. Foy's rescue effort. A total of 7 victims were rescued from the water by lifeguards and bystanders. Overall, 25 victims were treated and transported to local hospitals. For their team effort under extreme conditions, the San Diego Lifeguard Service is awarded the National Life Saving Award. And receiving that award is Chief Gartland. Receiving National Lifeguard Awards today for individual efforts are Lieutenant Rick Romero, Sergeant Bruce Jameson, Lifeguard 3, Alan Cracklow. I told you. Alan Cracklow, Ben Lewis, Joe Maloney, Chad Carter, Chris Farrow, and Alex Rosen. If you would come forward. And if I've missed anybody, I apologize. This has been kind of difficult putting it all together. I'm missing somebody?
No. Isn't this the Horseshoe Reef one? No, Point Loma.
Point Loma. And if I've got any of these wrong, let me know and I'll get them fixed for you. Last but not least, on the Point Loma boat rescue, for his selfless act of life-saving heroism under extreme conditions, Mr. Cale Foy, a U.S. Navy swimmer, rescue swimmer, is reported a Heroic Act Award. And for all of you guys who are receiving awards today, if you find anything that's wrong with them that needs to be repaired, I'll give you you can contact me after we get through with all the awards and I'll fix them, because it's been a real hairy thing trying to put all this together. All set? Third rescue, San Diego incident, Horseshoe Reef boat rescue. On the morning of May 20th, 2021, San Diego lifeguards received a report of a vessel off Marine Street with numerous victims in the water. The initial incident had lifeguard personnel responding to the area north of Horseshoe Reef, where 8 victims were rescued and treated. A secondary response of personnel to an area south of Wipeout Beach resulted in lifeguards recovering a victim who had been pulled ashore by an unnamed citizen. The overall result of the multiple rescue response by 11 San Diego lifeguards was 8 victims rescued, treated, and eventually released. For their team rescue efforts under extreme conditions, San Diego Lifeguard Services awarded the USLA National Life Saving Award. Individual awards are presented to Lieutenant Rick Still, Sergeant Eric Kerr, Rob Eichelberger, and Travis Gleason. Lifeguards Dustin Farrow, Amber Prestegard, Matthew Jackson, Mark Korch, Alan Cracklow, and James Lockwood, Eric Jones, and Thomas Valente. Not all of those guys are here, and ladies are not here, like Amber's not able to make it today. But we thank you guys all for the rescue and for your service. Before I go on to the very last award, this has gone a lot quicker than I thought it was going to go, but I appreciate your patience. Alan Cracklow, I need you over here. Before we get you guys down, for being at all 3 San Diego rescues, one wonders if the rescue would have happened if Cracklow had been off duty that day. My suggestion, Chief, is to put Cracklow on the dispatch center and keep him away from the beach. For his special efforts of being at all rescues, he gets the Black Cloud Award. That was a specially created Cslsa William James Richardson Award that is not approved by the organization. But thanks, Alan, for all your hard labor. Thank you. We've got one more award to do after they get through here.
You want to keep Alan up here?
You weren't in Ventura, were you? You weren't in Ventura, were you? In Ventura? No. Oh, whew. I was worried you might have been up in Ventura for the last rescue. This is an off-duty lifeguard rescue by Chris Pond, a third-year lifeguard from Ventura. Now, he's not a Ventura lifeguard. It's Port Hueneme, if I'm not mistaken, right? Is that right, Chris? He's an off-duty lifeguard from Port Hueneme Lifeguard Service. On the evening of June 17, 2021, Chris Pond was body surfing at the South Jetty in Ventura when he observed a surfer that was lying face down, unconscious in the water. Chris immediately swam over to the victim, turned him face up, and began calling out for assistance from some surfers in the immediate area. With assistance from the other individuals, Chris was able to return to shore with the victim, where he found the victim to be unresponsive, non-breathing, and pulseless. He immediately began mouth-to-mouth rescue breathing and CPR until state lifeguards arrived on scene. Now, for those of you who are not initiated in life-saving techniques today, mouth-to-mouth resuscitation is not something we do very often. We use mouth-to-mask, and CPR has changed. They don't even do mouth-to-mouth resuscitation or ventilation unless you've got a drowning victim. So mouth-to-mouth was a special deal. And he continued CPR until Ventura State lifeguards arrived on scene. Subsequently, Ventura City Fire, Ventura Harbor Patrol, and AMR Rescue Service personnel arrived on scene. The victim was transported to a local hospital where he eventually had a full recovery. For his immediate recognition of a critical situation, an appropriate rescue effort, and especially for performing mouth-to-mouth rescue breathing during CPR at a time when the COVID pandemic was rampant, Chris Pond is hereby awarded the Usla and Cslsa Medals of Valor. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your patience, and congratulations to all the recipients for this. I mean, what Mike Broussard said earlier, people put their lives on the line all the time in making rescues, no question about it. Certainly some of these rescues today deserve the kind of recognition that they've received. And if you have other things that happen on your beaches let the committee know so that we can honor those people. I'm hoping that we don't have 38 of them next time. But certainly we would like to honor those people who have done those kinds of heroic rescues that need to be recognized. You'll notice that in the newsletter that was handed out earlier that all of the citations are kind of cited in there as well. As I understand it, they're going to be in a lot of newspapers coming up pretty quick. Newport Beach, I need to get a hold of the name of the guy who made the rescue with the helicopter, because the guys that survived that need to know that he was there for them. Yeah, I had a question about that thing. I want to get it done. If we can do it today, I'd like to get it done today. So thank you. I appreciate your time.
Okay. Thank you, everybody, and I'd like to give a special thanks to Mr. Richardson for putting together certificates and medals and organizing it. It was a monster job. So thank you, Mr. Richardson. However, that is nothing compared to the monster job that those lifesavers that we just saw do. And so we are, you know, as I said at the beginning, this is the highlight of the meeting for me. I just am so honored to even be in your presence. I appreciate what everybody does. These guys got awarded. They were there under special circumstances, but I know so many of you out here and those back in the field that are working today are also performing miraculous duties every single day. And so we just want to thank everybody, but congratulations to the award recipients tonight, or this afternoon. And we are getting ready to break for lunch. So we're moving along. Mr. Berline is going to give us a few updates, and then we'll break for lunch, and then we'll be back at 1 o'clock, or an hour from whenever lunch starts.
Thank you. This is a volunteer organization, but I think we're going to have to create a subcommittee of the awards committee just for the San Diego chapter and San Diego Lifeguard Service. Thanks for keeping our volunteers busy. That means you guys are doing phenomenal work. We are still missing proxies, so I'm going to let you know who we do not have them for. We need them before lunch because otherwise those proxy votes will not count. So we have them for, we have a total of 7 proxies. We have them from Coronado and Huntington Beach and Santa Barbara, but we do not have them from Pendleton Coast. We do not have them from Port Hueneme. We don't have them from Santa Barbara County, and we do not have them, we just got it from Santa Cruz. So those others that I mentioned, please get them if you want the proxy vote to count. We need it in writing to the secretary. Secondly, after lunch, we're going to ask that everybody come back at 1 o'clock, which will be almost a full hour for lunch. We do have the important work in the afternoon, which is our working groups, the committees. That's your opportunity to actually have your voice, your participation, your ideas, your input, your questions, all those things which go forward to shape our actions as a board of directors tomorrow so that we can plan our future. And we definitely want your valuable input and help. So we'll be back at 1 o'clock. At that time, I'm just going to tell you we'll go over the times at that time. But right now, the plan is to have the membership committee meet first. They also asked for a representative from each chapter for a special committee. So if one person from each chapter can go to membership, and then also the professional standards committee will be meeting. The second session will be junior lifeguards and special awards. And the last group will be life-saving sport and public education, which will also include training. Are there any committees that we missed that want to meet? Okay, so we'll go over that when we come back at 1 o'clock. The last speaker that we have is the sponsor for our lunch, and it is from the Gary Sinise Foundation, Gib Bosworth.
Good afternoon. Gib Bosworth. I'm the Vice President at the Gary Sinise Foundation, AKA Lieutenant Dan. Anybody seen Forrest Gump in this room? Yeah. He's here channeled through me to thank you for being heroes. You guys are awesome. You're rocking it. He is a foundation. We work for it full-time. My colleague Jen and I are here. We are here to serve heroes. That's what all of you are. So we have food on the other room here. This is a part of our program that Gary started when he was traveling the world with the band, Lieutenant Dan Band, which has been in San Diego many times for some of you who know that, at the Hotel Del and other locations. But his whole focus was when he was walking through an airport one time, he saw a service member eating lunch by themselves. He walked over and he goes, "Can I buy you a meal?" That's how this program started. We've served over 500,000 meals like this around the world, military bases around the world, fire stations, police stations, and now you. So we're honored to be here to let you know that you are appreciated not only here locally in California, but also nationwide. We are enabled because of the American people. The donation dollars are paying for this meal. So on behalf of a grateful nation, I'm here to represent and share that with you to say thank you for everything you do, and especially for my family when my kids are out swimming. Thank you for doing that and keeping those rascals safe. And many of our kids that are out there and anybody else who's out there. So thank you, we appreciate that. We also have a chapter in San Diego. What does that mean? So we have a team of volunteers that go out throughout San Diego and help connect like this. So we can share good news, encouragement, lift up spirit, and let you know that we're here as a local community. So nationally, we're all over the place. We go throughout the country to support doing concerts, but we also build specially adapted smart homes. I'm not sure if you're familiar with those, but we have 10 here in San Diego. Sash Home is built for the most severely wounded individuals. And this is a custom smart home that's going to enable them to be able to live a somewhat normal life with double, triple, quadruple amputee situations. And that is, again, on behalf of the American people. So you guys are now a part of that ecosystem, and we're grateful to share that with you. We also serve all kinds of different instances of, across the country, but also here locally in San Diego. We have an event coming up in a couple of weeks down in San Diego at the Naval Medical Center. Gary and the band are going to do a concert down there, and it's just purely to encourage, lift up spirits. We also do a number of other programs. We provide specially adapted vehicles that are hand control driven, so if you've got challenges driving a vehicle, we help provide that too. Again, this is all funded, no government funding at all, 100% private donation dollars from corporations around the world and around this country, but mostly the American people, majority of which folks like you. So we're just here to say thanks. That's it. No expectation, anything else. We appreciate what you do, and it's an honor. And for all of the recipients today, we have a Gary Sinise Foundation Challenge coin I'd like to hand to you when we break bread over here in the next room. So if you don't mind making your way over there, we'd love to give those to you and grab some shots with you if that's okay. But we're just honored to be here. Thank you for Brian. Thank you for all of you to bring us here today.
Yeah, shots.
What's that?
Use it with the shots.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. So we're grateful for everything that you've done, but it's just great to be here and to be able to share some good news, some laughs, and some good food. So with that, thank you very much. Thank you, Brian.
All right, so this is quite a turnout. So what I'm going to ask you to do is you're going to exit through these doors, and you're going to turn to your immediate right. Lunch is going to be served in there. We have some vegetarian meals. Please see Dana from Team SOS. She will have the vegetarian meals. And then Team Bang has brought in energy drinks. If we could, I'm asking all the ELA, all of our ELA members to hold back, and the board as well to hold back. And we'll figure out how many lunches we have left, and then we'll figure out a food run. Everything else? Ready, set, go.
On-duty lifeguards, eat first. Go.
Thank you very much. We're down to one. We just need, yes. The guy that I would talk to is Chris Brewster. Have you met him before? Do you know what he looks like? Yes. Okay, he's right underneath the clock to the left. That's him right there. He is Mr. Legislation, so he'll be able to answer that. You bet. All right.
My name is Jake Ratterman, and I'm a lifeguard at City of Encinitas. My story in the emergency medical world really started in Montana, where I received my training. And after I received my training, there was this great organization that I wanted to see and be a part of. They were actually doing medical clinics in Costa Rica. And, I saw this opportunity, and of course I had to jump on it. And, we went out to Costa Rica, and it was just a beautiful experience. Got to experience a culture like no other. Got to be in a place that I wasn't really familiar with, and, actually work with a team of doctors and other medical professionals. And we administered medical clinics in various villages, and really just got that hands-on feel. And, after that, awesome experience, I kind of, was looking for the next step, like what I really wanted to do and how I wanted to, use my medical skills to betterment of the community. And actually saw, Lifeguard, wasn't a huge swimmer, wasn't a huge, water guy, but I loved surfing, I loved, fishing and all that fun stuff. And so, Lifeguard really draw to me. And then became a lifeguard, went through the academy, became a lifeguard at Encinitas. Being able to communicate with a team, of like-minded individuals that share the same passions as you, share the same love of the ocean and the water, and, serving the community. And, if that's at the forefront of their mind and that's their mindset going into each and every day at the work, in the work environment, that's people that I want to be with. That's people I want to work with. And, those qualities that I've learned from individuals within, my agency and within the community, of life-saving, just seeing those individuals and the passions they have really inspires me every single day to pursue my own passion of, helping other people and individuals and communities. And so I'd always had that itch to go back abroad and to, keep that, pursuing that passion of helping people in other countries that are less fortunate, in communities that, I'm not actually a part of. And so took that and, I created my own opportunity since, there wasn't a lot out there. I thought, I'd create my own and take a couple lifeguards with me. And we're actually going to Indonesia, Lombok, to teach CPR and first aid. And, I've got 3 amazing lifeguards with me that are coming. And we're gonna, use our information and our knowledge that we've learned lifeguarding and help other people abroad. And we want to give them the knowledge so that if they are in a medical situation, that they have the tools and the basic necessities to effectively, help somebody else. And so, with that, I want our lifeguards, the lifeguards in the community to gain experience like I did, in Costa Rica. And so we're going to bring this back to our communities in San Diego, and I feel like that's the most important part of this whole expedition.
A lot of our coastline is lined with natural bluffs. These bluffs are naturally eroding. A lot of the impacts that we see from the erosion is from the tides, the high surf. There's also groundwater coming out of these bluffs, and obviously rain and wind conditions that we incur throughout the year.
So this is kind of interesting material that came from right up there. You can see the white flecks in there, and it's sand-like, just compressed sand.
These bluffs are very fragile. We have several incidents throughout the year that we incur failures. We've had situations where it affected residents here, structures, homes, beach accesses, staircases, and the unfortunate situations we've actually had people injured and killed.
Lifeguards would like the attention. Just letting you know, the bluff area right above you is very unstable. We recommend that you move a few feet away from that bluff, as we do have active bluff failures in the area. A lot of people don't realize when they go to the beach that the tide might be coming up for the remainder of their beach day. They set up in the morning, the tide comes up, they start moving back, and pretty soon they're recreating right underneath a really dangerous bluff. I know I've been working this coastline for quite a while, and I've seen the bluff erode feet, which is a lot in only a few years.
We track, measure, record these instances throughout the year, and we also work with Scripps, Institute of Oceanography, right down here just south of us in San Diego County. and they're up here monitoring this area with some advanced equipment.
One of the nice things about these new tools is that we're able to monitor the beaches and the cliffs all together at once. We can look at how the system interacts. They aren't really separate systems, and they work together. So today we're going to go and do a LiDAR survey of the cliffs. We're going to have a truck-based system as well as a drone out there so that we can map both the bottom and the tops of the cliffs simultaneously. Unfortunately, predicting landslides is very difficult. It's similar to earthquakes in the sense that we know when they're going to happen, or we know they are going to happen, but not necessarily exactly when, and we can give you some sort of probabilistic information to say, you know, there's time periods where landslides are more likely to occur, for example, like after a rainfall, or if we have a large wave event, but predicting exactly when and where a landslide is very difficult to do.
Check in with the lifeguards, pick your locations based off of tides and conditions, and always come down and be aware of your surroundings. Situational awareness is a big deal, and so heed the signs, and again, please give us a call if you have any questions.
Hi, my name's Brittany Sanchez, and I'm a California State Parks Peace Officer Lifeguard in San Diego. We're currently at beautiful Carter State Beach, and we're going to do some talks about rip currents. The most important thing to do about ocean safety if you're coming to the beach for beach day with your family is to know before you go. You can check ocean conditions from home. See if it's low tide like it is today, or high tide. If there's large swell that day, or maybe check the wind as well.
Just after you eat your lunch, at 12:50, we're going to do a group photo with all the recipients. So just FYI. Thank you. Thanks. Yeah, no problem. That's how you turn off? Yeah.
Hi, my name's Brittany Sanchez, and I'm a California State Parks Peace Officer Lifeguard in San Diego. We're currently at beautiful Carter State Beach, and we're going to do some talks about rip currents. The most important thing to do about ocean safety if you're coming to the beach for beach day with your family is to know before you go. You can check ocean conditions from home. See if it's low tide like it is today, or high tide. If there's large swell that day, or maybe check the wind as well. So let's say you get down to the beach and you want to know where the safest place to swim is. The best thing to do is to go talk to a local lifeguard. Find an open lifeguard tower and ask them where the safest place to swim is for that day. A lot of times we'll put up rip current flags. They're large red flags, and that'll let you know that that is a dangerous area to swim. Rip currents are typically characterized by brown, choppy water. You can actually see this from shore. So you'll see nice blue calm water, and then you'll notice, hey, that looks kind of weird. It's brown in color, maybe there's some debris in it, and you can definitely tell it's a lot choppier than the other parts of the ocean. So there's two feeder currents come in, then the water flows outward in that rip current, and once the rip current begins to dissipate, it actually takes the shape of a large mushroom. And you'll actually be able to see this really well if you're wearing polarized sunglasses. Lifeguards tend to wear polarized sunglasses for that reason. They can really see the difference between where there's a rip current and where there's not. One of the ways we can really show you is we actually put some dye in the ocean. It's non-toxic and bright colored. We drop that dye into the feeder current of a rip current, and we can actually watch and see what happens. Just like if that dye was a person, where that person is going to end up floating to. You can actually see the water coming all the way from shore, going straight out to sea, and then form that large mushroom cloud and dissipate. That way we can visually show people what a rip current actually does and why it's dangerous and how to escape it. If you happen to find yourself stuck in a rip current, the most important thing to do is to stay calm. Stay calm and remain floating. If you're in a rip current and you're on a boogie board or a surfboard or any other flotation device,
stay on that flotation device and wait for the lifeguard to come and help you back to shore. When the lifeguard comes to help you back to shore, they're going to bring you parallel to shore. That's how you escape the grip of the rip. You swim parallel to shore, so you're out of that current, and then you can swim back into shore. If you happen to be in a rip current and you're trying to come back into shore right in that rip current, it's going to be like swimming on a treadmill. You're not going to make any progress, and you're most likely going to get tired. So what you want to do, once again, is swim parallel to shore and then back in.
So anyway, so that's the story. So, and the legislation is going through without any, nobody's saying anything about it. No, there's a different thing that has to do with the pool lifeguards, the beach lifeguards. Go back to oh yeah, they want to be able to work at college lifeguard, but they're not certified yet. No, competition, period. Well, what's actually come of it is Red Cross has some sort of process. Yeah, that was nice. So anyway, that's what's going on. But excuse me, so just to finish the story. So Parks Director told me that 2 lobbyists, Well, what I told them was, I said, all these people on the call, I said, this would benefit you. So they said, yeah, well, it's a little late. And I told them this, that I was on the phone with those guys in February and said, here's the, timeline. I said, but the problem is that we certify based on the way you were doing business, not on the way you're thinking about it. And if they're not currently doing their Lifeguard Academy and training your lifeguards, you have to certify. Anyway, sorry. Yeah, I was just talking to Mark. It's a funny thing because the way the existing legislation is written, so that's the existing. And what these guys did with the legislation now is they did way more amendments to the old San Diego situation. So I was just talking about they just take that little one thing out here, which we really care about. 200 feet of the beach, because it kills them. You should see the language from the Supreme Court. One of them, like Barbara, essentially, it's like, this is bonkers. What are you going to tell these people to drown because the lifeguard couldn't get them because they can get them? Anyway, that was good insights on Northern California. I went up years ago. Excuse me, I went up years ago. I'm looking at it too. I was just in the lake. Yeah, and then if you're too much, or that far apart, so there's going water with backyards burning like 20 minutes.
It's the nice thing they get at the start of the season.
How are you going? Prosecution.
Learning a lot. Yeah. Making notes for next time. Yeah, I need these out of here. I feel so bad. We were like 2 hours late yesterday getting on the agenda.
Yep.
Because we had this whole new printer, when I tried to do it on both sides, it was taking 20 seconds for each page. I finally said, look, I don't want to drive it.
Right.
Well,
we're all down. You asked me about that tonight. I just didn't think
We just got the lunches.
Thanks for having our back. Yeah, so you're going to learn things that work for you. But it's, I mean, you asked me last night, it was kind of a late request of me. But we're all kind of running that way right now. So anyway, you'll think of it next time. But I would say, based on what you just said, that those are two big things. You want to have the agendas. You want the agendas ideally to either be the registration table or at the table of the client. So you're out with this. And then the second thing is the process. That way people grab it if they need it. And so they either get in the registration table or if a lot of times we'll put a table up front, like right here, we'll put them right in front of everybody. Proxies and agendas over here if you need them. All right. Hey, what's happening, man?
How did I miss that? I just got here. Yeah, I just wrote that. I have had so much stuff going on. I was at work at 5:30 this morning. It's just a little rougher. No, it's awesome. Yeah, I'm going to hear this after. Good. So we were, I just went down here to see
Did you hear Jay about
If it lost,
I realize that.
All right, let's see. Am I gonna hit the left?
Sorry.
I'm in no rush.
All right, appreciate it. Our official photographer.
Well, we need a couple of good ones.
I sit behind the desk and I click a bunch.
What are you like the public affairs IT?
I run the K-12 education program for
Oh, wow.
They're here.
Yeah, thank you. All right,
So
do you want to?
you tell me what you want them to do.
We're gonna do right
She's
in front
gonna
of
help
you.
me.
Okay.
We're just gonna line everybody up here.
Yeah.
Take a picture. That can be in the background. That can be in the background.
Perfect. And you want everybody up on the steps?
Yeah.
We'll give this to somebody or I just want to make sure everybody's got a chance.
Oh yeah, we need to get our challenge.
Do you guys want the plaques? Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Yes, with your plaques.
Hold those plaques out with pride. Absolutely.
Like the oddball, where you want me
Like in Broadway meetings, who doesn't have a count on the phone? I don't have one. Move the banner a little bit more.
In? Yes. Move the banner. Yeah, seriously. Woo. Give you one on that side? Okay. Thank you. Thank you. We good?
Oh, there's
thank
another
you. I know,
one?
I didn't realize there was more. Thank you guys so much. Thank you. Oh, okay. Oh, shoot, sorry. Spoke too soon.
Hopefully this will go on our guys.
Gib, one more. One more. Scartland. There you go, perfect. Thank you. Woo, awesome. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
I don't even know your side of the spectrum, so are you just kind of hanging out on the beach?
ran back down to the water, jumped into the water, and no one was scared. No one had life. So they were caught. And they got sucked out. And we got 3 or 4 people on
I know we're gonna have to.
Thanks so much for getting out there and doing it. I mean, you just didn't need pants and shoes. Oh, boots and jeans.
Oh my, wow. You weren't even working.
Were you swimming with boots?
Okay.
Did you take your boots off?
So there was thoughts, I'm just sitting there swimming like, and I thought, I'd take my boots off.
For that reason, we were to did training with like our new cadets. And we went through that section and it's all like barnacles, and like everybody, we were all wearing wetsuits. Everybody made contact with the reef, and it bites. Yeah. Like that section is great. I got sucked out. Yeah, that reef was pulling good.
Yeah, hey, you did it. Thank you very much. You want to grab a quick photo, buddy? All right.
Here we are, yeah.
Okay, perfect, thanks. Thank you so much. Yeah, absolutely. You got our card. So. I can airdrop these. Do you guys, do you have an iPhone? I can airdrop it. Awesome, thank you. What?
Last year was great. You guys went to I did that for 5 days straight. Comes to water.
Hike and then sing people.
Oh, there you go.
A lot of our coastline is lined with natural bluffs. These bluffs are naturally eroding. A lot of the impacts that we see from the erosion is from the tides, the high surf. There's also groundwater coming out of these bluffs, and obviously rain and wind conditions that we incur throughout the year.
So this is kind of interesting material that came from right up there. You can see the white flecks in there, and it's sand-like, just compressed sand.
These bluffs are very fragile. We have several incidents throughout the year that we incur failures. We've had situations to where it affected residents here, structures, homes, beach accesses, staircases, and the unfortunate situations we've actually had people injured and killed.
Lifeguards would like the attention. Just letting you know, the bluff area right above you is very unstable. We recommend that you move a few feet away from that bluff, as we do have active bluff failures in the area. A lot of people don't realize when they go to the beach that the tide might be coming up for the remainder of their beach day. They set up in the morning, the tide comes up, they start moving back, and pretty soon they're recreating right underneath a really dangerous bluff. I know I've been working this coastline for quite a while, and I've seen the bluff erode feet, which is a lot in only a few years.
We track, measure, record these instances throughout the year, and we also work with Scripps, Institute of Oceanography, right down here just south of us in San Diego County, and they're up here monitoring this area with some advanced equipment.
One of the nice things about these new tools is that we're able to monitor the beaches and the cliffs all together at once. We can look at how the system interacts. They aren't really separate systems, and they work together. So today we're going to go and do a LiDAR survey of the cliffs. We're going to have a truck-based system as well as a drone out there so that we can map both the bottom and the tops of the cliffs simultaneously. Unfortunately, predicting landslides is very difficult. It's similar to earthquakes in the sense that we know when they're going to happen, or we know they are going to happen, but not necessarily exactly when, and we can give you some sort of probabilistic information to say, you know, there's time periods where landslides are more likely to occur, for example, like after a rainfall, or if we have a large wave event, but predicting exactly when and where a landslide is very difficult to do.
Check in with the lifeguards, pick your locations based off of tides and conditions, and always come down and be aware of your surroundings. Situational awareness is a big deal, and so heed the signs, and again, please give us a call if you have any questions.
Cool. Yeah, I got pretty much everyone in the county. I just don't have. There's a few phone numbers I don't have. So anyway, but why don't we already?
My name is Jake Ratterman, and I'm a lifeguard at City of Encinitas. My story in the emergency medical world really started in Montana, where I received my training in after I received my training, there was this great organization that I wanted to see and be a part of. They were actually doing medical clinics in Costa Rica. And, you know, I saw this opportunity, and of course I had to jump on it. And, you know, we went out to Costa Rica, and it was just a beautiful experience. Got to experience a culture like no other. Got to be in a place that I wasn't really familiar with, and, you know, actually work with a team of doctors and other medical professionals. And we administered medical clinics in various villages, and really just got that hands-on feel. And, you know, after that, you know, awesome experience, I kind of, you know, was looking for the next step, like what I really wanted to do and how I wanted to, you know, use my medical skills to betterment of the community. And actually saw, you know, Lifeguard. You know, wasn't a huge swimmer, wasn't a huge, you know, water guy, but I loved surfing. You know, I loved, you know, fishing and all that fun stuff. And so, you know, Lifeguard really drew to me, and then became a lifeguard. Went through the academy. Became a lifeguard at Encinitas. Being able to communicate with a team, you know, of like-minded individuals that share the same passions as you, you know, share the same love of the ocean and the water, and, you know, serving the community. And, you know, if that's at the forefront of their mind and that's their mindset going into each and every day at the work, you know, in the work environment, you know, that's people that I want to be with. That's people I want to work with. And, you know, those qualities that I've learned from individuals within, you know, my agency and within the community, you know, of life-saving, just seeing those individuals and the passions they have really inspires me every single day to pursue my own passion of, you know, helping other people and individuals and communities. You know, and so I'd always had that itch to go back abroad and to, you know, keep that, you know, pursuing that passion of helping people in other countries that are less fortunate, in communities that, you know, I'm not actually a part of. And so took that and, you know, I created my own opportunity since, you know, there wasn't a lot out there. I thought, you know, I'd create my own and take a couple lifeguards with me. And we're actually going to Indonesia, Lombok, to teach CPR and first aid. And, you know, I've got 3 amazing lifeguards with me that are coming. And we're gonna, you know, use our information and our knowledge that we've learned lifeguarding and help other people abroad. And we want to give them the knowledge so that if they are in a medical situation, that they have the tools and the basic necessities to effectively, you know, help somebody else. And so, you know, with that, I want our lifeguards, you know, the lifeguards in the community to gain experience like I did, you know, in Costa Rica. And so we're going to bring this back to our communities in San Diego, and I feel like that's the most important part of this whole expedition.
Okay, folks, if we could come back in, it's time to get started with the meeting. Tony, would you mind trying to push some people this way into seats?
Okay, everybody, let's take a seat. Now I feel like Bill.
Here's if you really want it to work.
Test. All right, real quick, we're going to get going with the first round of meetings. It will be the Membership Committee and the Professional Standards Committee. Membership is meeting in the next room, and we need to have one representative from each chapter in that meeting. It'll go from now until 2:20. And then from 2:20 to 3:40, it'll be junior lifeguards and special awards. And then from 3:40 to 5, it'll be life-saving sport and then public education and training together. So again, the first one is the membership committee, and then professional standards will be in here. Any questions about that? All right. So if you're, make sure one member from each chapter is in the next room, and membership is over there as well. Professional standards in here. We'll reconvene in here at 2:20. Thank you.
oh, I'm not ready. But you are ready. It's just the training wheels have to come off eventually, and the safety net gets pulled, and it's amazing how quickly you fall back onto your training when you are in a stressful situation by yourself. As scary as that is, once you're actually in the field and you're doing it, it just winds up falling right into place for you. And that's kind of how I feel on some of my contacts. I mean, I'm not perfect. I have a lot to learn. I'm excited to learn. I'm excited to continue to grow and train and hone my skills, my investigative skills, my DUI skills, my just everything that comes along with being a proficient officer. I want to be somebody that people look to and say, she's squared away. I strive and continue to strive to maintain my personal self throughout all of this, and I think this department is the perfect place for that. I really, really love being here. I'm still able to be Brianna. I'm still able to be myself, and that's part of wearing multiple hats in this job, is that we're law enforcement, we're interpretation, we're resource protection, we're friends, we're people's, safety blanket when they're scared, something happens, somebody gets hurt, and we have to be there to pick people up. It's an incredible experience, and like I said, it's greater than I could have ever imagined. I've got a great team here. Just like in the academy, I came in and was welcomed with open arms. There's a real strong sense of community within state parks here, specifically at Aquatic Wells. From start to finish, this whole process and where I am today has just been wonderfully surprising, and now I've found the things that I enjoy about the job, and I know I want to become an instructor on EMR. I'd love to become canine officer. I would love to become canine officer. I've already been putting the bug in everybody's ear over here to send me to training, so that way I can do that one day. So the future for me is endless. My name is Brianna Kennedy Feldhouse. I'm a state park peace officer here at Aquatic Wells, and we are parks.
This is Lumen, the first device for hacking your metabolism. With just one breath,
All right, everybody, we're going to start the Professional Standards Committee meeting. So if you want to participate, please listen up. Before we start, like I said, I want to get everybody's association president, their name, chapter name, and email if possible. So my iPad's right there on that podium. If any of you can provide me with that information, that would be great. You can just step up there and just enter it while we're having this meeting right now. That'd be great. Okay, so professional standards. This is my first run at this. So there are some documents on the website that talk about what professional standards are supposed to be doing, what this committee is supposed to be about. And I'm just getting it started again. I guess it's been somewhat dormant for a while. So one of the things I'd like to do first is just start out by asking, is there anyone here that at their chapter or their agency that you're developing some sort of professional standards, or you have anything kind of groundbreaking that's going on in regard to any type of professional standards that you would share with the group? I think there's a lot of work that we could do here, but I just kind of want to hear from you guys first and see what's going on in your world. And I can tell you kind of what's going on with California Marine Safety Chiefs and some other groups. Anybody? Okay. So we're just all surviving, trying to get through COVID and make sure we have enough lifeguards on the beach, basically, right? Yeah, me too. All right. So I attended the California Marine Safety Chiefs Association meeting here Tuesday, and they have developed some professional standards that I think are worth discussing. So they've developed things along the lines of our shark incident responses, right? That's kind of old news, but is everyone on the same page? Does everyone have that? Because that's pretty important. If you haven't had shark incidents yet, it's going to happen. Is there anybody that doesn't have that needs that guideline? Great. All right, and then also develop some driving standards. There has been some discussion in the past about having sort of a bigger governmental agency blessing, if you will, the beach driving standards and beach drivers training. There was some discussion in the group about the fire chiefs, right? It was a State Fire Marshal Office blessing. There was some discussion about the State Fire Marshal's Office sort of blessing the driving standards and some of the other standards that have been developed, because when it comes down to it, who's backing up your agency when you get sued for running someone over? Something to think about. There's also been some bluff collapse standards, which I'm not really that familiar with, because thankfully I don't have any bluffs to deal with in Coronado, super flat, sandy beach. And then there's also been some new PWC operation standards developed that I think have been adopted by Usla. So does anyone have a suggestion for something that this group could start working on as far as a professional standard that's needed that isn't out there yet?
I don't know if it's not related to it being not out there yet, but there was a way to take the professional standards and centralize them on the website, even if it was behind a password protected site for members, but somewhere where all these agencies could go and say, okay, what's the driving curriculum standard? What's every other agency doing in California? There's a lot of background communication. We can call each other and say, hey, send up your syllabus if you don't mind, but any kind of way to sort of centralize that.
Sure, so like a clearinghouse for all the professional standards. Just to let you guys know, in the past there's been a little bit of friction sometimes between, for example, California Marine Safety Chiefs and this group, because there's people in the Chiefs group that feel like, hey, we should be developing the standards, but I think that there's room for everyone to work together. So that's what I'm going to try to do is get the two groups kind of working hand in hand instead of going in different directions or being competitive. with this. I think that we're just better together and stronger together, and so I'm going to work on trying to bring that to fruition and get us kind of on the same page. But again, I don't know if there's any. How about sand entrapment? Do you guys have a sand entrapment policy, procedure, guidelines?
We have training on it.
Trained on it?
Developed, but not like we're working on one right now.
Working on one. I know San Diego City has a really good one, and I got the whole training package from Sergeant Brown over there, who's really a smart guy, hard worker, and we did training at our beach on it. And there's a whole policy and procedure that San Diego's developed that's pretty good, and that's been developed through SDR Alert. So we also have a group called SDR Alert, which is the San Diego Regional Aquatic Life-Saving Emergency Response Task Force. That's a mouthful. I gotta get a drink of water. And they've developed this sand entrapment guideline, which is really useful. So I'd be happy to share that with you guys, just as if you're developing your own. It's good to have some backup, so you don't have to completely reinvent the wheel. One other thing I'd like to do is if I could get everybody's name and email address that's here at this meeting, then I can email you guys some follow-up stuff. So if you could just write it. All right, I'm just gonna get my notebook going here.
Oh, you timed out.
So if we could just pass this notebook around, you guys could just write your name and email on it. I'll follow up with an email. There you go. Thanks. Suggestions, ideas, any other professional standards?
I think we all do code 3 driving on the beach.
Mm-hmm.
Code 3 driving on the street. I know there's been talk about that.
So just show of hands, who has code 3 street driving training for their perms or whoever? You go to OC Sheriffs? San Bernardino Sheriffs, so that driving range up there, you guys taking that EVOC update 8-hour class? Good one. Yeah, that's a good one. All right, thanks, Trevor. If you'd maybe pass that around, that'd be great. I think that's a good one. I think that driving vehicles on the beach and in the water, PWCs, is kind of the most dangerous things that we do in regard to putting the public at risk. So I think those are some good areas to work on. So what I'll do is I'll go back, I'll do some research on what standards have been developed and see where we're at with that, and then hopefully we can move forward in conjunction with Cal Marine Safety Chiefs and not be competing with them. Anybody else? Yeah.
Diving, like scuba diving, for like rescue or recovery, we don't have an official standard for that.
You just go diving? You don't have anything on paper?
There's a lot of stuff in OSHA where it says that for anything training, non-rescue related, like we should be diving with rafts and things like that we've adopted for our own agency.
Uh-huh.
But like talking to other agencies over the last couple of days, they don't really, it's all a bit different.
What about Long Beach? I heard Long Beach has a pretty good dive team program.
Extensive policies and procedures on diving.
Mm-hmm.
I think recently updated in the last couple of years, but we have a dive captain and then 3 dive supervisors who kind of go over all of that. So we're happy to share.
Yeah, I was going to say, would you feel comfortable asking if that could be shared with the group? That'd be great.
Is it just limited to scuba, or does it address any of the free dive?
It's all scuba as far as I know, yeah.
That's what we struggle with, is we're never gonna have a scuba team up in Santa Cruz, we just don't have enough people. But we do free dive, body recoveries out of cars at 25 feet underwater.
Sounds like you need a dive team, and I would never say never. Never say never. And there's always new technology with diving, right? So with new technology, I think there needs to be probably some standards developed for lifeguards to make sure that they're using the technology in a safe way at work. And that's probably the most dangerous thing I think that we do as lifeguards, as far as personal risk, is diving. So I know I've had a few close ones. Who follows the International Association of Dive Rescue Specialists guidelines for watermanship testing? International Association of Dive Rescue Specialists, IARDS. Yeah. And use their watermanship tests or the swim standards. You guys do that? Yeah.
We don't follow as far as it's a point system. It's all or nothing.
Pass fail. Okay. So those standards are really good. I know I just helped Imperial Beach. I just served as an observer, basically like an examiner, to check off their divers on that. And it's good to take a look at that. Even if you don't adopt it or you don't use it, it's a good benchmark. There's all kinds of different tests you have to do in addition to swimming a 500 and surface diving, and you got to do a buddy tow, and you have to don and doff your gear in certain ways. It's pretty good. And by the way, your sergeant knows that checklist. It's all right here. He doesn't even have to have the thing with him, so he's good. So that was impressive. But yeah, I can get that out to the group as well, and I think that'd be a good way to kind of share the information and give it to your dive team officers, dive team captains, whoever you have, and just something to consider. And again, I'm not here to tell your captain or your chief how to do business, but I think just the information sharing can be really valuable. So we got drivers training to talk about. PwC, that's in there already. The USLA has a standard, I believe, developed, but I need to become more familiar with that. We go by we have a regional training program in San Diego. We have a 40-hour class through Miramar College, which actually just took place up here a couple weeks ago. Thank you to those San Diego lifeguards that destroyed my jet ski, by the way. And we're putting those on twice a year. And for us, that's just a starting point. We don't just toss you the keys and say, all right, go have fun, kid. Take her for a spin. We have a whole field training guide for that. Do you guys use field training guides? Any agencies use field training guides to check off your guards on various skills like vehicle operations, PwC operations, main tower operations? We got those from San Diego City and adapted them to our beach, our service, and that's a really good training tool and also a documentation tool. We had a couple years ago, I was emceeing the Ventura Lifeguard Educational Conference, and about 5 minutes before I had to get up on the mic and open the conference, I got a phone call that one of my lifeguards had ran over a 4-year-old girl on the beach. That's one of the worst phone calls you're going to get, and probably the worst day of that guy's career ever. The kid was okay, but having the training records of the lifeguard vehicle operations class, which we have a 16-hour class through Miramar College, and then having the field training guide, it protects. Unfortunately, it doesn't protect the driver so much, but it does protect the supervisors and the agency, which you have to CYA and you have to CYBA, right? Can I say that? It's not being recorded. You have to cover your ass and cover your boss's ass. So having that stuff in place is really good. So I can also share those field training guides. They're super easy to adapt and change to your agency. Just, again, things to think about. You want to take them to your management, or maybe you are management. Maybe it's something that you can adopt. It's really helpful to have those field training guides because it goes step by step through every single piece of operating a vehicle, operating a PwC, running your main tower, being in dispatch or whatever. And again, just a really good guideline to use for training your new people that are coming up and need to develop those skills. So that part's there, and then of course you keep it, and it's signed off, and then you have documentation that you covered all those points with people. And one final note on that: whatever you do, don't just go down the list and speed check it. That doesn't work. That'll come back to bite you. So anything else besides scuba? Free diving, yeah. Has anyone ever been through a free diving course? There's one in Santa Cruz.
We contracted a company to come in and put on a 4 or 5 day free diving course for our guys.
Wow.
And women, and started off, people holding their breath for a minute. End of the class, they were all hitting 5 minutes, hitting 80-foot dives out in the bay. Awesome class, a little bit expensive, but we brought in outside fire agencies. Huge, especially if you're not having a
I heard that those classes are really, really effective with the breath holds and teaching people how to stay down longer. So if that's something that you could share when we get the emails going, that would be great. Even if they're not, local in San Diego, I'm sure that. Oh, okay. Yeah, I know there's some course in free diving that's SSI or something like that. I'm not sure. Good skill to have if you're a lifeguard, holding your breath, for sure. I know I need to work on that. All right. Honestly, I think we have a few things to work on. I think that's kind of enough unless anybody has anything else. I'll put together emails, send it out to all of you. If you can just write your name and email in that Write in the Rain brown notebook that's going around the room. Great. And then
If I could, Sean,
yes, sir.
a couple comments. First of all, I wasn't here for the beginning of the meeting, so I apologize if I repeat something that you said. But for those of you who have not attended professional standards before, the idea, more than anything, is to be a clearinghouse, kind of a think tank, an area where this committee can express and share information about what's going on in their agency, what their concerns are, how they do certain things, and then each agency can not only bring information to the table, but share information so that other agencies can maybe learn and say, hey, would you mind sharing the policy that you guys have on, lightning strikes or, shark closure areas, things like that, water quality issues. So that's where we start. We are not really a legislative body, but we do have the ability to make recommendations. We can create policies and procedures and standards and guidelines and all those things. But it's really important to recognize that each one of those things is a little bit different. It's not just a different word for the same thing. A standard is one thing, a policy and procedure is another, and a guideline's another thing. And so what USLA traditionally does, when we talk about training, they've written training guidelines. And so it's not imposed upon the agencies. You still have local control with your policies and procedures, but what it does is it gives you something to either build a policy and procedure on at your own agency or to point to and say, look, we were following the USLA guideline, and the USLA is the leader in open water training and certification in the United States of America. So that's kind of where we're going with it. We don't have firm boundaries that we can or cannot cross, but whatever is discussed in this committee is brought back through the report of the committee chair to the board of directors, and then the board of directors decide if we're going to take action or not. But the number one function is to share ideas, generate conversation, and have something to not just contribute but take back to your organization. And then if we decide to get more formal with it, then the committee chair can lead the committee to do so.
Thank you. Yeah, that's kind of the approach I was taking. So thank you for shedding some light and clarifying that. And again, what I kind of hope to do is sort of bridge that gap a little bit between Cal Marine Safety Chiefs and Cslsa, and just to give you a little background, like the power of the USLA. Back in 2002, our lifeguard tower was condemned in Coronado. And in the process of trying to develop new facilities, we ran into a lot of local opposition, a bunch of people that didn't want any construction on the beach. They didn't want anything built on the beach. It was going to destroy their view. You know, they were fine with that crappy old lifeguard tower that was falling apart, that was dangerous for us to work in, but they didn't want it torn down and a new, nice, beautiful one built. So it was a battle. It was probably the biggest battle I've had in my career in 32 years, and I had to go to service groups, city council, coastal commission, design review, all these different boards and commissions and committees to pitch this thing, the new facilities. And again, a lot of opposition, mostly from residents that own multi-million-dollar homes on Ocean Boulevard and pay a lot of taxes and have a vote in a very small town where someone could win or lose an election by 15 votes. It was a very contentious battle. It took us 6 years to get the lifeguard tower built. It took 7 years to get the HQ built. Lawsuits, environmental impact reports, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. This is where the USLA comes in. When I first got hired in Coronado in 1998, they wanted us to get the USLA agency certification. So we got that, and we got the advanced certification. And using that, I was able to start to educate people like, look, there's standards. And I took the manual that Chris Brewster wrote with the USLA Open Water Life Saving Manual, and I marked and highlighted, read that whole thing word for word, every single page where it talked about lifeguard stations and lifeguard towers and the importance of them and how they were used and what they were needed for, et cetera, et cetera. And I marked out every page that had a quote on there about that. And I would take that book with me to city council meetings and coastal commission meetings and design review meetings. And I would say, it says right here in the USLA manual, by the way, we're certified as an advanced lifeguard agency and these are the standards we need to meet. It says right here in this book. If you show it to somebody in a book, black and white on paper, you know, studies show, or, you know, experts agree, throw in a phrase like that we need this, 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 and this. And then to top it off, Chris, who is the chief of San Diego Lifeguards for many years, president of USLA, and also very involved here for many years, wrote a letter to every single city council member as the president of United States Life Saving on USLA letterhead, encouraging them to support the construction of the facilities. And he showed up at a city council meeting in that houndstooth suit with that big red bow tie. And guess what? We won. And we have pretty nice facilities now. So, you know, there's a lot of benefits from participating, and hopefully you already know that, or you're seeing that. There's a lot of benefits in participating in this organization and with the USLA, and not just going along for the ride, but helping out and making it better. So, like Mr. Berline said, clearinghouse for ideas. I think we got some really good ideas to start with. I'll send you guys an email, and we'll hit those topics and just start information sharing, because I know I always have plenty of things that I can improve on at our lifeguard service. And I'm sure we all do. So,
one other thing, I think we're very fortunate to have Captain Carey as the chair of this committee. We haven't had a committee chair at such a high rank in the past, and I think he's already gone out and established a rapport with the California Marine Safety Chiefs Association. So, as I said, the limitations that we may have as a nonprofit organization as far as setting standards, he will be able to confer using the input from this committee with the California Marine Safety Chiefs Association. And if we can't actually enact the standard, maybe they can with our help.
yeah, I agree. And I just think we can work together and make a lot of progress if we're working together and not competing. So I'm all about, you know, setting aside the egos and doing what's best for lifeguards first, and honestly the public second. I mean, if I can make you better, then they're going to be safer, right? So my goal is always lifeguards first. Take care of the lifeguards, and they'll take care of the public. I just think that's my calling as a captain. So thank you again. Anything else? Any other suggestions, questions? Lifeguard Association presidents, contact info I can get.
The last thing I would say is the membership is still meeting, so if you can, go over and join, because our next committees are not meeting for another 40 minutes. If you need the time to take a break or contact your agency or go for a quick workout, you can do that, but we'd love to have you participate in membership. We'll meet back in here at 2:20.
Hey, Mark, would you be willing to share your dive team policy and procedures? Or we can talk about it offline, but I know you guys have a pretty rockin' dive team, so cool. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm sure you guys could probably fill some stories tonight, right?
Yeah, we're professional.
Gonna get some dirt on them, so hey.
There's no dirt.
And he just retired, he said.
Yeah, all this stuff makes sense. No, I know. And the free diving, because I've always thought about that. We do it in our basic academy. You know, like it's nothing official. I think that's pretty high risk. We ask everybody to do it. Not a spreadsheet. Just because we showed you how to grab the sand and see it clear your once, like now you're gonna go dive and zero visibility.
actually for 50 every 10%. Yeah, underwater torpedo.
But I know there's other ones because there's.
You gotta do it. You gotta try it. Exactly. Yeah.
There's other, like I have.
Next level. Yes. So we're gonna go against them. We're in the Newport one. Newport Mesa. We're gonna be on the team. One of the San Diego. I know. Yeah. There's some guys. Yeah. Drags people along the bottom, so they have to go up. Yeah. One of the guys through information is like, you get your dose of humble pie. You know, like, here, you get your serving of humble pie. It's like, you think you're like, oh, I'm so good at water, man, or whatever. You go there, you're like, oh, I just got an instant. Like, well, we're trying not to get caught. Yeah, you can't. You're gonna get it. Yeah, you're gonna get it. It's so fun. It's like a good nature. Swim blood is yeah, but it's like good nature. You can highly control good nature, not like it's not like yeah. It is like a well, does anyone have one? Like out loud, actually get into the first meeting. I don't know. We're playing against our friends, yeah. Seriously, good fun. Technically, you're not allowed. And it's a lot easier to see if people are watching the water. Like there's reps for water. They're looking for like you can't like grab somebody without. You can block, but you can't like pull. Yeah, you can swim in front of them, and you can it's like flags almost. Like you can get in there and touch somebody else that doesn't have. But if they have it, the shark cap guys can't. You can't climb, so you can't. They have other hands. Other hands fun. Well, you stop having sight. And if you're big and crafty, and if you're really good at like dolphining underwater, it's super fast. There's a lot of compression. Those species, there's like move around so quick. That's my passion. Right now, that's like my favorite. It comes through from the routine. Everyone, you guys got it yet? It's the same exact shark. Oh, they say you guys think girls. You guys are doing what? No, yeah. I love it. It's very power. Yeah. Yeah, of course. No, but we're always looking for more. More. Yeah, it's like that. Yeah. We just need to like take a little bit more. Like the volume I do. Gotta get it. It's always going to be a living document. It's just like water polo. I tell them that I'm not water polo. It's live now. You're burning our time. You only get so much things. You're working out ways you've never read it. Yeah, you practice. You know, you sort of start like hours and never been. So it's like it is like warm up where you place it all out, and then you do the rest of it is cold. Like first 10 minutes after you start all the that's apparently like you can do like long distance like surface ones. You can launch it from the water.
Good seeing you.
Pleasure to meet you.
Jim, do you have one of those Cslsa? Take a couple.
Thanks, Ed.
See you, Mike.
Yeah, we probably a couple years. Yeah.
Cool, you got your Carlsbad now?
Yeah.
Cool. For lieutenant, yeah?
Only one position.
You know, they're full-time with you, or?
I have a firefighter paramedic who's on a 2-year assignment as the Lifeguard supervisor. He's back on the fire floor.
Mike's first retired, right?
Yeah.
We're doing. They're done? Okay. Sorry? Yeah, or wherever you want. Which room? You prefer that one? Okay.
He knew he was going to be the next guy. He's on station 1.
Okay, folks, quick update. So the membership committee's done as well. So what we're going to do now is we're going to move and try to get ahead of our schedule. So maybe we'll get out of here early today. But Special Awards Committee will meet in here starting at 2 o'clock in a few minutes. And in the next room will be the Junior Guard Committee. That'll be starting at 2 o'clock. Bill, you're up here. Whenever you want.
What's going on now? That's brand new.
Yeah, it's there.
Yeah, that was me. I went and saw Rob. Yeah. He's doing great. Good. They're pushing. Yeah, I think the guards ask about it. Did you find, he was saying you're going away from him a lot?
Well, no, we're staying with them. For now, because we got a new fire chief who doesn't want to change it. Except he wants to spend less money on it. That's the only change he wants.
We've been you never got any like quotes for wood or anything like that?
No, we never even developed any real plans or anything like that. Bummer. What I wanted to do was I wanted to see if we could get like a really, really bitchin' design.
We're done with this, right?
We want to be unbanded. The boss told me, that was in like May, early May, I took a trip. Seal Beach, Newport.
We want to get back in the game.
Hold on. There's a,
I took all that stuff back.
I know, I'm the one who made this thing.
And he called me on like June 20th and he said, where'd you marry? My last day is June. Okay. So that project died.
Yeah, because they're
they want to do 3 towers a year to fiberglass.
Start over, we'll
Like 30,000 a piece. Yeah.
There's 2 LAs coming in. Well, we would fold it up and try.
Rolling over this way. We're helping you out, man.
This was my design, my product, my whole kit. Came out decent, didn't it? I would have liked to have had one twice as big though.
They're sturdy. They're a lot sturdier than the ones we used to cut at the valley.
And it goes inside of a plastic. PVC, inside the largest PVC tube I could find. I got it on paper. That's just my report. That's what happens from over here.
There's got to be Wi-Fi.
Special awards committee meetings going to start. More people could come, please.
I went into the other room and yelled at him. We're like that. Special award.
What was the public education or public?
So what have we got? Huntington Beach. And County Lakes. So there's grand total of 4 of us, 5. Doesn't matter to me, I can do it by myself.
It sounds like you need some help though.
I did Cracklow's Black Cloud Road by myself. Well, Bob helped. He's the one who came up with the right name for it. That's my girl.
Do you want me in here for this?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. You can always add to it.
Oh, wait, oh, let's stay.
Did Brian write something up for it?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's all filled out. You just might know a little bit more about the call if you need to expand on it.
Yeah, I'll type.
I'll do my best. It's third.
Who should I put down for the submittee? Submitted by.
Brian O'Rourke.
We'll give them a couple more minutes to get in here and then we'll go through this thing. We've only got 2 to go over, and they're pretty quick.
What's the region for Newport? What's the region for Newport?
Southwest.
Southwest.
The whole CSLSA is Southwest region.
Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Well, I'm going to go ahead and get started. This isn't rocket science. The first one that was a submission, and I have to tell you that this was submitted out of date. This incident happened on December 26th, 2020. And by our policy and procedure, things are supposed to be submitted within 1 year of the incident. But with all the stuff that's been going on, I've heard a lot of people talking about this, but with all the COVID stuff that's been going on and meetings happening and not happening, we're suggesting, and it's totally up to this committee to make this decision, and I want to take a vote on it, whether we approve it being out of date or not. The worst case scenario is that we would, well, not the worst case, the best case scenario is we approve it here and submit it to USLA, and USLA says, nope, we can't do it, it's out of policy. So worst case is they're going to get a good award from us if we approve it. This is a hairy rescue. December 26, 2020, 2 fishermen attempted to enter the dangerous surf with their kayaks at Limekiln State Park. Limekiln State Park is on the Big Sur coast, and there is a cove leading from the campground. Limekiln is on the south end of Big Sur and is very remote to the town of Big Sur, roughly 20 miles away. Surf was running 10 to 15 feet with pounding shore break in 52-degree water. Upon entering the water, the pounding surf grabbed 2 men, sending their kayaks back to shore and sending the men out to sea. Lifeguards Cslsa, awfully close to Cracklow.
Yeah. Let's go.
I think somebody's going to have to change their name here. This is getting to be really hairy. Cslsa and Brady responded to Limekiln State Park from Monterey, 60 miles away. Got to just drive down the road and go to a rescue. That's all it was. Each man was at least 1/3 of a mile away from shore, now suffering from hypothermia and having difficulty staying above the water. The 2 men had been in the water for over an hour and a half and were now separated from each other by a substantial distance. Both received medical attention and did survive the incident. Aaron Cslsa and Megan Brady both entered the water through 15-foot shore break. Brady was able to extract the first patient and passed him off to personnel waiting on shore. Megan went back out to assist Aaron with the second victim. As they attempted to get to shore, the surf pounded them over and over again, pulling them back out to sea. After a monumental effort and with great risk to their own safety, they were able to pull the second patient out of the water. The submission is for Medal of Valor for each. Does anybody find that to be out of line? Medal of Valor then. And I'm not going to worry about the timing on this thing, except with the national issue. And I think I could talk Adrian into that myself, since I make the awards up anyway, except for the medals. That's the first one. Second one is probably one you heard about on the news not too long ago, when Huntington Beach helicopter HB-1 was responding to a crowd disturbance in the area of Newport Bay. Now, if you never have worked with the police helicopters in Huntington Beach, they are what's called a NOTAR. They have no tail rotor. They have two fins on the back that basically split the air, and then there's fans that help control the turn of the vessel or the aircraft. When they're hauling cheeks to a rescue, this is all before just kind of information about what the rescue was about. When they're hauling us on a rescue call or a call for a police department, the vanes are straight up and the plane is going fast. When they go into a turn, the vanes turn and the fan helps control the moderation of the turn. Something snapped. We don't know yet. NTSB is still looking into the cause of the crash, but the bottom was it went into a full spin and the pilot deliberately crashed it into the water in Newport Bay to avoid homes and boats, possible loss of life to several people. When they crashed, and this is where our heroic act comes in, Lifeguard Andrew Belden, who was off duty but lives in the local area, saw the crash, witnessed the crash, entered the water, and rescued the observer. I'm going to quote it from what Jim Hughes wrote in his article. Andrew Belden was the first to jump into the water, immediately diving to try and rescue the officers on board. A lifeguard's worst nightmare, this is a quote from him, is someone drowning. The idea that you want to prevent that from happening, and when you have the co-pilot saying, help me, my partner's down there, you can only do so much, and I did the best I could do. I was right there when it crashed. I wish the outcome had been different. He rescued the observer, swam him to a Harbor Patrol rescue boat, fireboat, rescue boat, and went back to try and assist with the recovery of the second person. The pilot actually died in the crash, and the observer was saved. It was a big deal in Orange County for a long time. I don't know if you saw it on the news, but it was a big deal. So we're putting Andrew Baldwin forward for a heroic act. It's not so much that he risked himself, but the action that itself. He's off duty, no equipment, going into a crashed helicopter that maybe have fuel issues, and trying to rescue both guys by doing several dives trying to get to the pilot. Couldn't get to him. He was on the wrong side. The helicopter was laying on its side, and this was on the downside, and his other guy got out the top. Heroic act.
I'll second.
Any problems? Are those in favor, aye? Aye. Those opposed? That's it, guys. That's all I've got right now. I will put forth these in my report and get them to USLA for their approval in Chicago. It's definitely been an interesting year for us with all of that stuff that went on earlier. There were some pretty hairy rescues this last year. San Diego had some nasty ones with those undocumented aliens coming aboard.
Comments. I have a comment. A couple years ago in San Diego, there was a Ponga boat that came in, and on the news it showed this freshly retired doctor who lived there, got up while it was still dark, he goes in the water, even though he's a surfer, and pulls some people out. Tried to get San Diego to submit, they never did. So it behooves us to let your agency know when something significant happens, to get somebody to submit, whether it's you, and you can get follow-up stuff later. Bring it to Bill's attention and get a contact person so he can say, please submit this application, it's online, here it is. Or people don't get recognized. And unfortunately, we didn't have any media here today, but if they could have been here and taken some pictures, that would have been great publicity for our region and our association.
It really highlights what our guys do. Guys including young ladies who drove 60 miles and swam 52-degree water in 15-foot surf, not once but twice.
That's an early bit of water up there in that big sur area.
And that highlights what somebody was talking about earlier about how far apart things are in Northern California. And they're still within our region. Everything from Santa Cruz South is part of Cslsa. When you get up into above Santa Cruz, that's northwest region's problem, but I don't think you get too much going on north of Santa Cruz. I don't know. State Parks guys would know better than I would.
What are those two guys up in the big circuit? What do they put on? Do they put on 4.3s or dry suits or?
They had something.
Something.
They had to for that long.
You would think.
Oh, were they in one car or separate cars?
Everybody came to me.
One of my guards just worked at Mendocinos.
I can remember a rescue that we made, remember the Watts riots?
Oh, yes. My dad was in the National
Myself
Guard
and
during
the guy who was the lead boat operator in the city of Huntington Beach, he and I responded to a boat coming ashore at what we call Dog Beach now, it's in the north part of Huntington Beach in the bluffs. We swam out, hooked up to him with our rescue tube, rescue buoys, swam him out to about even at the end of the pier. Now, water temperature is 51 degrees, and it's 1963, so we didn't have wetsuits. And I'm a skinny son of a bitch. We swam him offshore, and Lynn turns to me and he goes, "Hey, can you hold him out here for 15 minutes while I go get the rescue boat?" I think my brain was frozen because I said yes. I go, "Yeah." So he turns around, he swims in to shore, and the second unit had pulled up, and he gets out, and he walks up to the second unit, then he walks over to the Jeep, takes his towel out, starts drying off, and I'm going, what is going on? And I look at the guys, I'm looking, remember, it's the Watts riots, right? 6 guys on board, all black. So I said, "Have you guys got a toolbox on board?" They said they didn't have an anchor. They said, "Yeah." I said, "Well, take this line and tie the toolbox on it." And I drug it out to help me hold him offshore. That's when I realized the Coast Guard Auxiliary was a half mile away. But Lynn stood up there drying off, throwing on the air and the heater. 30 minutes in the water, 51 degrees, no wetsuit. I weighed 170 pounds back then.
Right.
And now I weigh 230. Thanks, guys, appreciate you being here, it was quick.
When you type up your minutes.
This is one of the easier committees to work with, because you guys know what it's worth.
Agenda in 6 months.
So just out of curiosity, for the names on the certificates that you present, the names on all the plaques that you gave out, does the computer put the name in, or is it your penmanship?
And done. Oh, no, they're typed.
Oh, it's typed.
Yeah, we have a very specific.
I don't know if you're like a calligraphy artist or something.
No, but they got writer's cramp. And all the framing.
This nomination for said awards, have to involve like life safety as far as.
Now, do you want me to go over your minutes when you do?
Example, Oversight, a couple of sergeants responded to boat fire, working on our wings, would have torched the entire dock. Long access to the fire department, 2 of our their sergeants get in, duck flame. The exposure boat is, the second boat is already just gonna be a chain reaction because the wind is so substantial.
Good footage to go with that,
And
too.
then, yeah, like heavy black smoke, they basically get this, not the boat that's on fire, but the one next to it was just catching and unleashed it and pushed it out, and they both disappeared into the smoke with this boat floating down the harbor, being pushed by 40-mile-an-hour winds. No, the wind was the force. They just basically tried to steer it and like crash landed into some other boats. And it basically stopped probably an entire dock of like 50 boats from being on fire. They just like disappear into this black smoke that's just like on top of the water. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering though, if like there was no life rescue.
When was it?
Right, a year ago?
Yeah.
Yeah, sometime probably late last fall, Santa Ana conditions.
So all you can do is submit, right?
Yeah, I'm
Yes
just
or
wondering,
no,
like,
right?
getting asked if they
Go
okay.
online.
I know they, oh yeah, there's film, there's all in the news, because it was like,
Go online.
very late comes the harbor patrol, fire boat.
In the policies and procedures, and there's a new document in there that makes it really easy. You go through the table of contents, down toward the bottom, there's one that says, application form for policy, for heroic acts or special awards. Click on it, and it'll come up on the screen, I think it's like page 51, 52. Print it out and then write it up. And send it to me, my email address is on the.
Yeah, this will be for him.
You want my email? I'll it's a couple of weeks. We just did
Yeah,
it
I'm not
for a
sure.
year out.
Yeah, I'm not sure when it
I mean, I never thought about it, so I just.
But guys gotta know that, yeah, I'm willing to do the work.
Yeah, they got some kind of stuff.
You saw it. And I've still got frames sitting at home waiting to go to work. That's why I told them I'd give them two, if they, you know, one for each of them, in case they want to get divorced.
We're gonna stay together just for that.
Yeah. Can't divide this in half.
We're gonna just go like this. Here's your house.
Yeah.
You got the hardest job in this.
Oh.
But once you get it wired.
Yeah, it used to be such a small deal that we used to do permaflax, but they got so expensive, it was unbelievable. So we had to go to the form that we use now, with the frame certificate in on paper. But I don't know if did you guys get to see the metal dollar from Usla? That's a handmade metal.
Beautiful piece of.
It costs I think it costs $185 a piece of these. Now, the gold one, the brass ones that we made, Duke's Restaurant sponsored that. The 3 restaurants in California, there's one up by Mountain View, there's one in Huntington, and one down here, Encinitas. Duke's.
I don't know if any down here.
You know, there's one down here, there's one in San Diego.
Oh, you know what, it might be in like La Jolla, but not on the beach.
It could be.
Yeah.
I know it's in San Diego.
Okay.
Yeah. They all chipped in $300 a piece, approximately. So I went to a place in China that makes those things, that used to make our other medallions and stuff, and made up a metal dollar, and it came with a really neat gold ribbon that goes around it. So I think I got 250 of them for $300. They'll outlive me. So if USL, and what we've done with ours, I don't know if you know, we changed our policy so that non-lifeguards, but other EMS type people, EMS, fire, police, lifeguard, and military can receive a medal dollar from California Service, but not from USLA. USLA is still lifeguards only.
By the way, that sailor today, that AW1, we're in the same squadron.
And you know what he said to me
22
today?
years later.
He wants to join the Coast Guard and become a rescue. Well, he is a rescue swimmer.
He is a rescue. He wants to come join me.
Han, the kid from Ventura, he wants to be a Coast Guard rescue swimmer. I said, be careful what you wish for, you're not gonna be up like Kevin Costner and the Guardian.
Yep.
In Alaska, jumping out of helicopters, making rescues of those people that are stupid.
Yeah.
Puerto Rico and
I know it's a dramatization, but still.
Yeah, just.
But the training they go through wasn't a dramatization.
It's really interesting, because when I was in, Coast Guard did not have rescue swimmers until that incident in 84, 85, where they lost people off of the ship. And back in the day, they used to just send a basket down, whereas the Navy had rescue swimmers forever. And it was following that incident that they created their own school, and for a little while, they were attending ours in Pensacola, and then they invented the advanced school up there in the school.
We got one of my lifeguards who left our lifeguard service, was in the Coast Guard, that went and formed that program.
You can say, this is what we
I
recommend.
can't remember his name, but he wasn't the guy who did it all, but he's the one who kind of.
Plank owners is what we call it. First they're on the deck, plank owners.
So you were in the Coast Guard?
I was Navy. Yeah, I was Navy SAR corpsman, so I was the medical component or the overland component. So the rescue swimmer didn't get to do the rappelling. He only got to jump in the water. If it was overland, I got to rappel. So we worked together though. So. And in my day, it was the H-46. Today they're flying H-60s. So I used to fly in the tandem rotor, or my time at El Toro was in Huey, H-3s.
Gil says he's already gotten, with these 2 awards he got from us, USLA and Cslsa, he's already had 5 others.
That way I can be
And
up
he's
there.
going to Washington DC to receive another.
Yeah,
See, he had a little bit of,
he's been to war, quite obvious, and, yeah, he should be making chief here. The surprise was just first class. He got a couple years to go before he
Yeah, you
reaches
already
20.
have.
He can make chief, a little longer, but he's already like,
Okay, you're right.
you did this after retiring? I go, yeah. He's already interested.
he said he was that he and his wife were down to the beach along and he saw all this stuff kind of going on. He ran, I can't remember what he said, it was like a mile and a half, 2 miles down to the parking lot where everything was going on. And that's when he went in the water. And he said that the first two guys they rescued were only in chest deep water, but they still had to pull them in because they're across the rip. And he said he and a couple of other guys just grabbed him and brought him ashore. And he turned around, went back out, and got caught in the rip and got sucked out in by the rocks. And then got caught up into the debris field. And he said that was the scariest part of all of it. The debris field, there's pieces of wood and fiberglass and stuff everywhere. And apparently, they got on the surfboat and ran back to the harbor station, harbor patrol. He asked if he could come back out with them, and they told him no. I need to ride back.
Andrew Belden, he said that was for the helicopter. He said the jagged metal and everything, because it was zero visibility because the bottom of the bay was kicked up and it's nighttime. He said just feeling inside, it was like just sharps everywhere. He got cut on his foot. So it was hospital. But he was on a boat, like having cocktails or dinner with a friend, right there, and it went right above him, landed in the water. Yeah, and he stripped down to his boxers and dove in the water, and his boxers came off right away. So I don't know if that should be in the report, but he reached in the helicopter and like naked, you know.
Extraordinary rescue dude.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. We use the helicopter all the time for rescue work off of Huntington.
Well, when I flew at El Toro, we did stuff for Laguna Beach off of the cliffs. We would just go right over the hill.
Well, because I went to New Zealand in 1972, and that's where we got the idea of how to use the helicopter rescue. They had a thing where they had twin lines that came down, and one was longer than the other, they had snap clips.
Right.
And we had a rescue tube that we had redone, we put canvas around it with D-rings on it, and we could clip the victim into it.
Right.
And the victim's face would be right here. So if they were, back in the day, mouth resuscitation was right there. So you jump in, clip the victim in, then the helicopter would lower the thing down, and it was 2 different colors. The red one went to the victim, the blue one went to the guard. Snap, snap, boom, and off they go. So I used to go fly with those guys all the time just to build rapport with the police department. I bought them dinners, and that helicopter has what's called, it's an infrared thing.
Oh. Flare, yeah.
Flare, yeah.
That, it's
And
so badass.
You can see a boat wake in the water from the surface of the water.
You can see footprints on the ground.
In the water, it's in the sand.
It's insane.
You can see a victim.
In the rocks and stuff. Where
You can see a victim in the water, in the rocks, if they've been in the water for less than half an hour.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because of the body temperature.
Right. Yeah.
It's great. So we work with you paved the way, but we work with those guys pretty closely because that's our helicopter.
Huntington Beach has a contract with Costa Mesa and Newport and Valley, I think.
Yeah.
And they pay them like $10,000 a year, which is cheaper than having a helicopter and an airport and gas and all that other stuff. And when they get a call, they just respond to it. That's why they run the show.
Newport doesn't have their own helicopter?
They used to.
No. They crashed in a pursuit with it was like another helicopter hit.
Costa Mesa.
Right? Yeah. So yeah, that was a while ago. And
Yeah,
I don't know all the details.
That's been about 15 years ago. They crashed into each other on a pursuit.
And since then, they just contract with Huntington?
So Huntington has a contract with $10,000 a year to respond to calls. Huntington gets priority, but if they're not doing anything, off they go. And then Santa Ana, or sheriffs has the rest of the county pretty much.
Yep. And then Anaheim has
Angel.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. The Costa Mesa helicopter used to be called, ABLE, Airborne Law Enforcement.
Okay. And Newport was Eagle.
Eagle,
Yeah.
Eagle 1, Eagle 2.
Or two
Huntington Beach was not very.
easy for lifeguards.
Yeah.
Just make it.
What did you call it? Oh,
They're more
Airspeed 1,
fire.
Airspeed 2.
They're more for inland.
Oh, it's not Eagle and Eagle.
they consume miles away, and it would be like this close. They can see details. Like, did he shave?
How do they ever lose a guy from a car pursuit?
Yeah.
Seriously?
There's night vision, like, yeah, the camera, the spotlight, all those, like, it's such a huge capability, because, like, working close with them, close enough with them where we can communicate well, because we know, like, no, the guys, baseline public safety, it's a huge.
Those guys are all really nice guys.
They're super humble and badass guys.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
Back when we,
I
was trying to work with when we moved into our house in 1970, two of the pilots lived in our immediate area. One of them lived in the same track. The public safety track about are like hours, 200 yards away on scene. Where Lifeguard midnight, he'd fly over, flash the light on his wife. Yeah. Night, honey. Everybody in the neighborhood was going. There is no free diving in scuba. There's it's scuba training, so it would be that and that's issue one. Aspect of public safety diving. We don't need ice rescue in public safety diving. Basically, it's about 5 seats. Two front, two rear, but you get a third one in. You see the tail rotor in the fins? There's a fan back there. You see those?
Yes, very familiar. Yeah, in fact, yeah.
Is that for safety reasons, that a tail rotor is just dangerous when it's on the ground, or is that more efficient, or what's
Well,
the?
it's just a different way of controlling your, you know, the blade wants to spin this way, you know, and so you have to have something to counter that. That's why the tandem rotor, the 46, the 47, those of course are opposed to each other. Far superior design. The Castaic design over the Sikorsky design. In my humble opinion, although I love it.
They started out with the bubble.
Right.
From back in the
Early
50s,
Bell,
60s,
47 or something
Korea
like that.
brand, and they got more surplus. That's how they started out. And they went to the first ones they got with tail rotor, and then went to the no tar.
You can only go to 30 feet, right?
I was a rescue crewman. Yeah. So, not a rescue swimmer, that guy was a rescue swimmer. I was a SAR corpsman, so I had the medical training, and I was trained for inland. So anything that was inland that involved propelling, that was where I was.
And you say you did it after retirement, so you did 20 years?
No, I did that. I did this after that. Then I did 24 years in the Navy. I was moonlighting as a lifeguard at Camp Pendleton.
Easier to submit to,
When I retired, I was full-time.
And I don't know how important it is, but he got the
And then I came to work here in 05. Yeah, it's been.
I wasn't sure which way.
It's been sweet. It's been a fun ride.
And those are your time with patients at El Toro?
No, the first was Japan, Marine Air Station, Iwakuni, Japan, and then HC-1 down in Rhode Island, which now been expanded. In fact, El Toro, or Marine Air Station, SAR, Iwakuni. And then I went to El Toro. Then I came back and retired out of here. Same squadron at this point.
like, you know, they couldn't, so after that, like, he kept going down, required to have this.
I guess they were not.
What kept you after your 20 years?
Well, I was a chief.
And that's why he's.
And I actually have used higher tenure.
By the way, thank you
So,
for
like 30 minutes after
They got back down to it. No one could make it back in, they had died.
Sorry if it wasn't fun to talk.
Yeah, right. So they taught us
Here they are in an old ranch. And then he had so many of them. Those look like the menu from a small town cafe.
But the pilot did the right thing.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, 100%.
Rough day, long day, huh? You've kind of forgotten.
All right, I've done my job for the day.
Long week.
Time to go to bed.
Mike's sitting here. Just remind him to announce dinner.
How was Tuesday morning? We tried to watch online, but it's real conducive to that.
Yeah, it went well. I mean, it was a little rough, you know, through all the transitions to get people to do the scenario. But, you know, just doing that for the first time, just had that people. But, I mean, everyone enjoyed having that show up, actually see
He got really claustrophobic.
All right, I fixed that.
He was glad. He was a patient, yeah. So he was really glad to get out of there. But I never saw it on the news.
It takes a week.
Oh,
And now on top of it, because Nick became the PIO, now Rich, this management wants to weigh in on that. It's scary.
oh, what he said.
Oh, dear God.
I don't, I assume Dave will go camera on this way, you go that way.
Yeah.
But if I was trying to steer Jeff towards, take one of the biggest, and add that additional, like, well, lifeguard wellness and aspects of the study coming, coming in lifeguard service.
We were just doing our normal dive training, and I
He
was
was really
diving with
focused
the
on
guy. He did the exact same thing.
Thick clip.
He ended up being,
He
I mean,
talks
not
to his
drastic,
kids
but
all
his
the time.
fingers were tingling,
This
so
year.
in, he went in,
Why
and had a
they keep you
small
guys
piece of the vent.
10 feet away from the bluff, even though we don't have any
Um,
chamber. So I
No, he
think-
didn't
I
have the
think
chamber,
it's
but they
hard
had to
to
put him on
like
this one and watch
that.
him. And he had like two or three sessions with the doctor, but it's like, those learned together. You were my dive teacher. Yeah, it's probably in better shape. Well, he was skinnier, no fat.
Yeah, and, you know, one thing we overlooked
I was
here.
permanent, I was a regular diver, he wasn't, so maybe anticipation of that training, all that, so it's just so weird that it's like,
Yeah.
we're just did the exact same thing.
Mikey is just, there's only one reminder and a half.
So I'm glad I'm out of it.
Me too. I'm like, I'm 50 now. I'm like, yeah,
I'm not in charge anymore.
I'm not gonna do it.
Warm water, warm water.
Yeah, I said, I'll hold Tuesday, but I'll do Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and I have all year. And I don't wanna get into what happened last night.
Really? What happened last night?
I went to the ER till 3 o'clock in the morning.
No.
Yeah. With chest pain.
No.
You know how I told you this week, like, I'm like, it was bad last night. I'm just like, I gotta go and make sure.
What's going on?
We don't know. Blood work's fine, chest X-ray's fine, EKG's fine. We did it, I said, since I'm here and I've been here this long, I just go twice.
BK needs a month vacation.
Yeah, probably, yeah. I think I actually, that first week, trying to beat all those kids out into the water.
Yeah.
I think that's what started. I beat them, but now.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It feels good with exercise, with exertion and stretching. It actually feels good.
Okay.
It's this constant pain. I can't get rid of it.
Is it intercostal?
It's intercostal, but it's focused right here. And yesterday it was like crushing. I called her and I was laughing inside going, she's gonna have to run this whole thing. I can do it.
Yeah, when you texted me, I was like, he's got all the baffle items.
Oh, yeah.
Jen doesn't
No.
know who I am.
I had plans, but I already had a backup. I had all, everything was set in motion, but it still would've been all you.
Jen the other day, I was like, hi Jen. She's like, who are you? I was like, really?
You're getting old, I can't remember.
I'm like, there's only like 4 females.
I'm gonna go down there.
Media?
They're all good with us.
What time do we start down there? 5:30?
5:30. That's us, so did that the first 2 hours. And then that's all, I think food probably like at 6. I could, Mike said they were going early right now, but that doesn't always happen. Yeah, that doesn't always happen.
There's so many meetings my food to be there. So I won't be there. I won't be there.
There's a food we have. I'll keep it one, like, I don't know about.
Out of your bum?
I don't know.
Oh,
COVID didn't get us, but boy, that food poisoning will.
I'll see you guys at dinner. Yeah, someday. Probably after this week. Now, I'm worried if we just wipe down that and put that in the coolers back in the kitchen, that's it.
Coolers are in the kitchen.
We should put them in the kitchen. I just don't want to be the guy that sweats on the carpet.
Oh, yeah, right.
No, we don't have to do anything then. We own this tomorrow and then we'll reset everything tomorrow.
Should we do a sweep and make sure all the trash is picked up?
Yeah, that's a big saving on that project.
What time tomorrow morning?
Huh?
What time tomorrow morning?
They start at 9, we're here, I think if
Half hour prior? Just to make sure.
Yeah, and it's just breakfast, and I figure we'll bring one of the coolers in here for whatever they need to take on the road, and then we're just gonna have the breakfast out there.
Right, it's usually done by 11. It's just right on the hill. Okay.
Shopping center. Rob, they didn't
So-
check the cash box.
No. No. Bill Humphrey sat next to me and goes,
He's got such a good memory.
yes, Bill, it was me. We did catch the guys. They finally did get caught.
They still had some of the checks, didn't they?
Yeah, they had my checks. Wow. Yeah. Yeah, 'cause I had my whole empty checkbook in there.
That was the last time it was here, right?
Yeah. Gotta just saddle or something. No, damn it.
People being
That's so
robbed
mean.
at such a hard
That's so
time.
mean.
For years, they.
Oh,
we
God.
were giving
You know who was the worst? Paul. Yeah, he was serious. He was like.
You were the best.
He wanted his first boxing gym.
Yeah, that.
What could go wrong at a Lifeguard boxing tournament at the end of summer?
Yes.
When everybody hates each other.
There were some grudges that were.
That was sweet.
Oh, the Bergen team.
Bergen
guys.
and Dean,
Are
the
you-
Schwab and Dean.
That was cool.
And then didn't North
Cslsa
win it?
captain out
Everyone
loud.
too?
I
Kelsey?
don't know if I missed her.
Was it the two Kelseys that won? They saved Schmidt, 'cause I was like, no, you better not let me fight Schmidt. You just gotta. I'm gonna lose it. All my training.
Go south of the border.
We'll send out a memo to all the other lifeguard agencies, giving them a go-by on how to put on a fight night.
Offer that up for membership.
Yeah.
We had a pair of boxing gloves in the fraternity house. They lasted about 2 months, and someone was smart enough to get rid of them.
Right.
I wasn't gonna leave anywhere. I just wanted to make sure. My middle school, we were a K through 8 school, and if you had beef with someone, you tell the PE teacher. And then during PE, you would get to fight that person. So there wasn't any fights after school or before school.
Just during school.
Just during school and PE class. Cause he would.
It was controlled, it was controlled.
Yeah, he would kind of put it, you know, cause I remember one time when I had a fight, I broke the guy's nose and the coach, PE teacher, he was also our football coach, he was like, okay, we know Dave won, it's done, are we good? You good? I'm good, and that was it, and no one messed with.
We'll tell mom and dad it happened at football practice.
Yeah.
How'd you break your nose? Well, the PE coach thought it'd be a great idea to settle the score. Was he teaching well, the PE teacher?
He taught the whole time I was there, well, the
They were
3 years
caught up
I
to
was
him, I
there,
guess.
but yeah, he'd been there for a long time, and.
Back then, capital punishment was okay.
Yeah, because they still did paddling in school.
Yeah.
Was it private school or public?
It was a public school.
In
But
Texas, though.
In Texas.
Yeah.
It was in
Okay.
Texas.
You left that part out.
buckle. And I came to California, like, you have a weird accent. 'Cause it's California/Texas drawl kind of thing. I was like,
Whatever it is, we can fix it, make it whatever we want it to be.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying, let's do it now.
Yeah. I agree with you.
Okay, so we want to change 30 to 7.
Yeah.
Done.
I want him to be able to get some
There's
solo
a
time.
pair of glasses
yeah, that's
right
pretty
there.
neat. He's got,
There's another pair that's down on the
well,
table
he's been
outside.
doing a lot with Carlos.
Yeah.
And he, yeah, like you said, he just
He
needs
needs
to
to
Well,
solo
you were up
time
at
now.
the
It's a
main
nice
deal
quiet day
over
down there.
Are you guys on
Here they are.
in this area?
Oh, yes. Well, you know, like everywhere, spring break now is 7 weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, because it starts with people from the Midwest and Encinitas is a destination. Lordy, it's just, you know.
So for you guys, your school district here, you guys on spring break?
We are getting affected by Utah, a whole bunch of people from Utah for some reason. But no, I think it's next week, going into Easter, pre-Easter, post-Easter, and that'll end it. The Catholic school's out after Easter. That's what I grew up with. Keep you around during Holy Week, and then you get spring break
Yeah,
after.
San Diego
Easter.
Unified was last week. And then,
Oh, were they?
yeah.
San Diego,
San Diego
not San
Unified,
Diego.
yeah, not San Diego,
Yeah.
but San Diego Unified was last week. I know my fiance teaches in Albion, and their spring break starts next week, because it goes into Easter.
Yeah, and Brad's girlfriend Jody, she was out last week. She's a school teacher. She went back this week. So it's all over the place, you know. It seems so simple when we were kids. It seemed like
Was it the week before Easter, or the week after?
week after. If you're public school, it was the week before. If you're a private school, it's the week after.
Congratulations. You have a date?
Yes, July
July
9th.
5th?
July 9th. Yeah, no, I didn't wanna mess with 4th of July weekend.
That's your one chance, right?
Yeah.
You got a jail free card.
Now, I'm actually trying to work cause my days off would be the 4th, but I'm trying to work the 4th and the 5th. Cause the 5th will actually be the holiday for people.
Yeah.
And, cause my
I would
brother's,
imagine that's a hard trade.
yeah, cause my brother's coming in for the wedding, and I wanna be able to hang with him for the rest of the week. So I figured I changed my work schedule work the 2 days that I'm normally off, and then I can make it up.
So you guys are 5/8?
No,
410.
410, yeah. And then the seasonals are all over the place, everywhere from 8-hour to even sometimes 12-hour shifts, depending on how we need them to fill in and what we're short of. We're short right now, you know, the 1,000-hour thing with the Affordable Care Act just kills us.
That's almost past
Just kills us.
And how are tryouts?
Huh?
How are your tryouts?
Well, we are now in the middle of a seasonal academy, an in-house academy. It's the third consecutive year we've run one. For years, we've used San Diego's regional academies to draft people
I
from.
didn't hear that.
So we now have 12
That wasn't on the
candidates in that academy. And then drawing, we have 2 tests coming up for people coming out of the regional academy. And those will be coming up, end of April, mid-May.
May, I think May 9th is the first one.
That was so cool.
And
And
May-
even after drawing from those, you'll be short?
I think we will be.
We think
Yeah.
so.
We had 22 people make it through the initial tryout and the interview process, and then due to other things, we went from 22 people to 12 candidates. Yeah. We're what, 3 more weeks left in the
Oh, all
academy?
sorts of things. We ran, with this academy that we're running, the first thing we did was EMR for them, the ones who need that component. And so several of them got through that, but then when it came to doing the swimming stuff, they couldn't get there. And yet we were preparing them, we were taking them out and going, this is where you gotta work on this to get your yards.
And we could see the people that weren't really a lot of ocean savvy, that we're trying to help them, say, hey, you need to come down, do some swims, you need to get ready
it's interesting for us because we don't get the majority of them being great swimmers. We get a few that are great swimmers, and then it kind of tapers off. And you got the guys that surf and all that surf savvy and so forth. And then you got some that just, for whatever reason, they're interested in lifeguarding, you know. And,
You know, it's the birthplace of triathlon?
San Diego is really Mission Bay. So
Why don't you use
Fiesta Island. So Fiesta Island was the first official place where there was a triathlon held. So it's kind of unique because some of the people that did that first triathlon, they were doing almost a run, swim, bike, run. So some people on that extra one, they didn't even get out of the wetsuits because they knew they had to swim again. So you had people, like full running in their wetsuits and then get back in the water to do another, because it's the way they swam. You know, if you're familiar with Fiesta Island, there's a little section that goes like this, and there's a little bird island. So they made them swim across and then run and then swim back across. So it's kind of unique.
So will you guys hold another academy if you need to?
not likely. Can't afford it. Can't afford it. Next year.
Just kids will
Yeah.
work.
We were hoping to go with a fall academy last year and then a spring academy, and we just couldn't budget it, so we just went with the spring academy. The two previous years, we went with fall academies. Took forever though.
Yeah,
How
it
they
did,
dragged out. We
because
ran
of
into
weather.
rainy situations and stuff where weekends had to be shut down, and we just couldn't do it. And so far, the spring academy is just marching right on out, so.
Yeah.
Do they have a swim test before?
They
They have
do.
to swim, yeah, just to get into the academy. So they have a 500,
In the pool though?
no, it's in the ocean.
Oh, but you said they did the EMR stuff first before the swim.
Yeah, so to get into the academy, of course, they had to do a swim. But we presented the EMR portion, so they're getting the full package from us. They're getting the 80-hour USLA academy, and they're getting the 53 hours or whatever it is of EMR, so that they have their CPR and first aid stuff. So we presented that first.
So was that, did they need to apply or?
Yeah, they had to apply this, so we had a job application out that they applied, and then we had held out three tryouts. Quite a few people showed up. The last one, it rained significantly the day before, so we had to move the swim to a pool. And then that's when we realized the person that passed in the pool, when they came to swimming in the ocean, just wasn't there. So, and that's why that person was no longer.
And this is volunteer. These guys aren't getting paid. They don't get paid until they get hired.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
But the good thing is that they're already in the pipeline, so we know, we've interviewed them. Once they get through the academy, then they're gonna go right into getting their physical and the hiring process.
How do you cover them if they get hurt during training?
Interesting, I don't know how that's
There's
done.
We used to do that. We
Yeah.
used to train them, and then once they got hired, but once they got
signed
hired,
their
they got paid
liability.
Right.
back. But that's the
Oh,
problem.
okay. Yeah,
that's the
we
problem
can't
had
do
was
that here.
How do we cover them?
Yeah.
So they started putting them on.
They also said they had like a training, you were a trainee.
So they're getting paid. What we're trying to do is,
Yeah, there's
they've
no
been
way.
cadet,
Finish
not
all of your
full
Right.